we are going to re-hit Matthew 21 for all of those who are here on YouTube. So before everybody joins, we're going to do Matthew 21 again. So we'll be shining a light on that. So there's a little update. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Send it, Ryan. What's up, Ed? How you doing, man? What's up, Caleb? Thank you so much, Ed. Hello, Alyssa. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Caleb, how are you? We are just getting started. Just so you guys. Hello, Lori. I'm doing well. Hi. I'm doing well. It's good to see you guys. Just getting started. So we will. We're going to be covering Matthew chapter 23 tonight, and we're actually going to be tackling Matthew 21 again. So we'll touch on some things a little bit more thoroughly to try to paint a more clear picture, I think, because I didn't feel like I kept looking into it. I looked into it a little bit more, and so we'll do Matthew 21 again, but it won't be as long. So there's that for you. It'll be a good one. It'll be educational at the very least, and I think we'll get some good stuff out of it. So hopefully you guys will be okay with that. Hello, Ryan. What's up, Ren? How you doing? What's up, Respiratory? What's up, Vino? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Thanks for coming out tonight. Absolutely, I am thankful to be here. Thank you for being here as well. Hopefully you're doing okay. Lots of stuff going on in the world, man. We have so many things that just keep on popping off. Okay, so just in case you guys are unaware, if you haven't seen or heard, we'll talk about it for a little bit. But Israel, while Benjamin Netanyahu was giving his address at the United Nations here in New York City, in America, in New York City, there was this massive attack that was on Nasrallah, which is the head of Hezbollah. And so that is very interesting to me. Like, this is massive. Like, it is escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating and escalating. And if we were to rewind a year ago, I mean, it's like the world is completely different from just a single year, just within a single year. It's not even been a year. October 7th, that 1 year anniversary from when Hamas attacked Israel is going to be coming up. It's going to be a year here in like a week or two. And it is remarkable to see this kind of stuff happening in front of our eyes, just real time. It is crazy. We're just like on the sidelines watching all this and stuff happen. And you know what I want you guys to, this is what I was thinking about earlier today. I was thinking about how all of these rockets that are coming in and, the Iron Dome is like, taking them out for the most part. God's hand is in it. He is in control. And I think that's really important to remember. In Isaiah chapter 6, we see Isaiah going before the Lord, and or Isaiah chapter 7, we see him going before the Lord, and he sees God sitting on the throne. And that's important for you and I to remember. But what's so interesting about the entire thing is that every single rocket that is shot down, he allows. Every single rocket that is not shut down, he allows. And I think that's really, really provocative, to say the least, because the event that took place back on October 7th of 2023 was allowed to happen, and that sent a ripple effect throughout their nation over there. That started something. And you need to understand, like, God allowed that to happen. He allowed that to happen to Israel. And so since that took place, it was this domino effect that just continued all of these happenings from that point on. And so from October 7th to where we are now, it has just gotten out of control in many people's perspectives. And it is really insightful, at least, to just try to understand that God allowed that to happen, just like how he's going to allow other things to happen. I think it's so interesting to consider the whole. Hey, thank you, Nina. I think it's so interesting to consider. So Hezbollah is now coming to the end of its rope, as it seems. And I think when you remember that Hamas has basically been neutralized to. When you think of hopefully, I don't know if I just froze there or not, hopefully not, but when you think of Hamas being neutralized, and now you look at Hezbollah and you look at them and look at them, and they are clearly being in the process of being neutralized. However, they still have 150,000 rockets looking over into Israel. Hey, thank you, Amber. And so who knows what can happen? All of those rockets could go off all at once. We don't know what's going to take place, but what it's very interesting to consider is that Hezbollah reached out to Iran and asked for help. They asked for help. Thank you for those gifts, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amber, and thank you, Danette. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Amber. Good to see you, Danette. Good to see you guys. And so what's interesting is that Hezbollah asked for help from Iran, and Iran said it's not the time. So what you're seeing here is, from my opinion, is that Iran is, the puppet master. But the puppet master is basically losing all of its puppets. It lost Hamas. It's in the process of losing Hezbollah. And so with those two, if those two are completely lost, then what will be a natural turn of events would be for Iran to get closer to somebody else that they can, team up with. And that has all kinds of implications as far as the Gog and Magog war, which is Ezekiel 38:39. You see how if Iran loses its proxies, if they lose their proxies, then it would be natural for Iran to look elsewhere out into the world and to grow stronger relationships with other nations. And so that is why it's fascinating to see what is taking place right now. Let's not worry about Middle East politics. Oh, okay. And so I just think that I think it's really quite something to see all of this happening right in front of our faces. It is it's wild. It is absolutely wild. And so in case you guys didn't hear it, I'm pretty sure Nasrallah has just been eliminated. It's not confirmed yet. Nobody's confirming it. It's probably going to be a day or two or quite a while maybe. They might just wait on that news and release it at a different time so they can buy some more time. Who really knows? But if I had to guess, just because Israel is confident, quote unquote confident, that he's been eliminated, I think that's pretty good enough for me because of the amount of bombs that they dropped down. What's up, Enjoy? How are you? I went to listen to Middle East politics. Oh man, good to see you, Enjoy. Bible prophecy coming alive right before our very eyes. What's up, Jesus lives? Hello, God-fearing woman. Hello. Good to see you guys. But yeah, it's really fascinating. Swipe right. I don't know what that means. Right. Daniel 9. turn on, tune in, drop out. What? 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 Vino, yeah, man. Hello, Jules. What's up? Jesus lives. Hello, hello. Good to see you guys. Yeah. All right. So just in case you guys weren't here for it, we're gonna. I said it at the beginning. Ezekiel 38 says they will be recovering from a war before the Gog and Magog war. You know, there's a lot to be. There's a lot. Well, so Maruska, hello, and they will be at peace. Yeah. That yes. They will be in a city with no walls. I think I understand what you're talking about. Thank you, Maruska. Thank you so much. Um, Hi. Come on back, sheesh. I know. No, I'm thinking about what we're going to be talking about tonight. We're going to be doing for those of you who weren't here right when I started. I said we're going to be diving into Matthew 21 again. We'll be tackling some different angles of that, just because I feel like we can do a little bit better job. And so we'll do the recap as we normally do, but we'll stay in Matthew 21 a little bit longer, just so we can highlight some other areas, and then after all of that, then we'll go straight to Matthew 23, because we already did Matthew 22. So we'll tackle it all over again. I thought I froze again. Did you discuss the UN summit yet? It was just pretty much, we were just talking about how I did talk about how when Netanyahu was giving his speech, that was when they dropped those bombs, which was crazy. It almost makes you wonder, because there's those photographs that were out there of Netanyahu before he gave his address, where he was on the phone and he was basically they told people that was when he gave the green light to make those attacks. And it's really crazy to see. It was a strategic move, clearly, because he was like, you know what, I'm going to go up in front of the world stage, and when I'm doing this, I want something significant to happen. And so that's exactly what took place. It's almost like you wonder if there was something that he said at the middle of his speech when they actually pushed the button, in the metaphorical sense. But like right when I say this, go ahead. And it's just crazy. These people, they I don't know. It's just wild that they are this tiny little Jewish state, the only Jewish state, and they are just fighting multiple fronts on all kinds of wars. What's also interesting about the United Nations, since he was just there, I found it very interesting that the United Nations has passed more resolutions against Israel than all the other nations combined. Now, if that doesn't make you just think about something, you're like, that just tells you all you need to know. Like, they are clearly all against Israel. Why? Why is it against Israel? Why? Well, if you understand the Bible, you understand the reason for that very, very clearly. Hello, Jess. Hello. Hello. Okay. Yeah. Hello, sunny day, Hayes. This is the onset before the Ezekiel 38-39 war. It's all lining up. Oh, yeah. No, I 100% I agree with you. It's coming down the pipe, which is so cool. And so we're going to be talking about Matthew. For those, I told you guys that I'm Paul Bach. He's going to be coming up tomorrow. We're going to be doing Matthew 24 together. I'll probably let him do most of the talking, and then after that, then we will probably hit it all over again. Just me. And I just thought he's got a really good handle on a lot of things. I was talking to him today, and it's always fun talking to him, because we always bounce ideas off of one another, and we like ping ponging, and we're just trying to figure things out, and he's trying to, but it's really cool. And I know he's been in this eschatology for quite a long time, and it'll be fun to pick his brain. So if you guys have any questions, I would you can ask. And I would be curious. I think it's fun because we all learn from asking questions. I like that plan. Very cool. I think you guys will enjoy it. It is crazy. It is very crazy. But at the same time, it's not surprising because we know what's going to happen. And you know what's crazy is that there are people who are on the night, who are in the darkness, people who are in the light. The people who are in the night, according to First Thessalonians, because he's, when Paul was writing to Thessalonica, he's like, but you brethren are not of the night, which means that they are not surprised. They are not going to be caught off or caught by surprise. They are not lost. The people who have no idea what's going on in the world from a biblical perspective, they're the ones freaking out. They're the ones losing their minds because the whole world is just in chaos right now. It's crazy. I also saw a clip of where Trump met with Zelensky today, and he basically was talking to him and trying to broker some kind of peace deal between Ukraine and Russia. And I just was watching that and I'm like, this is unbelievable. This Trump guy is crazy. Like this character I'm just very skeptical. And I just think it's very interesting. The world is in a dire need for peace. And it seems to be, the stage is set. All the players are in place and it is just waiting for the maestro to say, all right, here we go, and raise whatever that little stick thing is. But anyways, all right, if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the book of Matthew, so we can go ahead and dive into it. We are going to cover quite a bit throughout this recap. And in case you're just now joining, we're going to be covering Matthew chapter 1 again. Because we're going to talk on some different things and we're going to look at it from a different perspective. And then after we do Matthew 21, then we'll just dive straight into Matthew 23. And then that is where we will end tonight. So it'll be a good one. I think it'll answer some questions because I looked into it a little bit more. And we'll dive on into it. In case you guys are new though, we've been diving through the Bible. We've been going through Revelation, Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all of the Pauline epistles. We are doing it in a verse by verse manner, in chapter by chapter, book by book. All of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube up here if you're interested in it. Not a big deal if you aren't, but if you're looking for a Bible study to where you are given as much information as possible, not really, but we do a good job. I feel we try to tackle a lot of issues, a lot of topics, a lot of background, and it's a good time. But it's the one thing I want you to understand more than anything is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That is by far the most important issue ever. It's not. We're going to be talking about a lot of secondary issues. There's a lot of people who see things differently, and so it's okay if you disagree with me on some of these secondary issues. But the one place where we cannot disagree with or on is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That is the primary issue. We cannot disagree on that because that is the issue. And so I want you to understand how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's only one way, and that is by believing. Thank you, Karina. That is by believing or understanding that you are a sinner. And that you are, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. That is what Romans 3:23 says, and Paul tells us in the book of Romans. So you need to understand the bad news first. You are a sinner, and so am I, and we were or are under the death penalty. Then you need to acknowledge him as Lord and Savior. Jesus is God's Son, led a sinless life, died on the cross for your sins. He was buried, and he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. That is everything right there. That is the most important thing. And I think it's really cool to just be able to, that he did that for us. And hold on, I'm trying to what is happening? Okay. Yeah, so that is the most important issue right there. Paul tells us in Ephesians 2:8-9, he says, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. So it is nothing you can do. You can't be good enough. You can't go to church enough. You can't get baptized enough. You can't, do all of these things enough. It is for by grace are you saved through faith. You are saved through faith. There's 3 tenses of salvation. So when somebody says, are you saved? It's a very compact question because saved means justified, sanctified, and glorified. So it's past tense, present tense, and future tense. So you can say, I have been saved, I'm currently still being saved, and when I get home with the Lord, I will be saved. So justified is when you, let's say you ask Jesus to save you. Let's say it happened yesterday. Let's say you accepted him as your Lord and Savior 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago. That was when you were justified. That is, justification is him imputing his righteousness in you. And so that is when you were justified. That was when you were sealed with the Holy Spirit. And so that was a one and done deal. Then, as you go throughout your life, moment by moment, you are currently being sanctified. We are doing that right now. And so in the next couple hours, we're still being sanctified. That is present tense. Then when we get home with the Lord, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord, then we will be glorified. So it's justified, sanctified, glorified. That is what it means to be saved. So it just gives you a little different perspective on how to view that word, but it's rather in depth, and it's really cool. But I just think it's the most important thing to understand. And so if you guys understand that, cool. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. You don't have to follow me here on TikTok or anything like that, but my messages are open to anybody and everybody. And I would love to talk to you and help you out if you have any questions on anything. So reach out if you would like to. So like I said before, all of these studies are uploaded on YouTube if you would like to go check that out. What's up, Henry? Good to see you. Hello, Car 43. So all of these are uploaded to YouTube. We are making our way downtown with these with these books, man. Like, I think we're like 24 books or something like that deep in the Bible right now, and it's really cool. It's exhausting. Like, these videos go like 4 or 5 hours long. It is crazy, but there's a lot of good stuff that takes place. We're learning a lot. At least I am. I know you guys have said you are too. It's really cool, and I am encouraged by that. But I just wanted to make sure that you guys understood the most important thing is that, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There's other people who say other things on top of that. That would be classified as a different gospel. And Paul tells us that in Galatians chapter 1, verse 6, I think it is, where he warns other people about the dangers of a different gospel. So another gospel. It's another gospel. If anybody preaches another gospel other than the one that Paul gave us, then you got to run away from it, because that is completely incorrect, and it is very misleading. And we're actually going to be talking about some of that stuff tonight, because we're going to be talking about the Pharisees. Again, we've been talking about them so much. But let's go ahead and dive into this recap. Yep, that's my YouTube. Thank you, Amber. ITZ_sheesh. But let's go ahead and dive into this recap of the book of Matthew. So Matthew, just to kind of set the stage, the New Testament begins with Matthew. The Old Testament begins with Malachi. So Malachi is here. Matthew is here. There's about 450 years between Malachi and Matthew. And so what took place during those 450 years? Well, this is why it's important to understand the book of Daniel. Daniel is so vital to understand, not just because of Daniel chapter 9, but because of Daniel 2, Daniel 7. The entire book of Daniel is massive in prophetic implications. But in Daniel chapter 2 specifically, Daniel interprets Nebuchadnezzar's dream, and he basically gives you the interpretation, which is where he sees 4 empires. He sees the Babylonian Empire, which is what the empire was when Daniel was in Babylonian captivity. Then after that empire would be the Medo-Persian Empire, then the Greek Empire, and then the Roman Empire. So the Babylonian Empire was the first empire from God's point of view. It doesn't matter how we think. We need to think from God's perspective, because then everything changes. So the Babylonian Empire would then fall to the Medo-Persian Empire. Then the Medo-Persian Empire was basically ran by a guy named Cyrus, and you can read about him in Isaiah chapter 45, which is remarkable. But then after the Medo-Persian Empire fell, it fell to the Greek Empire. And that's where Alexander the Great comes in. So Alexander the Great now is reigning in this Greek Empire, but then he dies, and so he leaves his empire to his 4 generals, and his empire is divided into 4 regions. And then little by little, the 4th empire rises up, which is the Roman Empire, and starts taking on each one of those empires or nations that was a part of the Greek Empire. So the Greek Empire falls, and then the Roman Empire is now ruling. And so when you dive into the book of Matthew, it's important to understand that the Roman Empire is now the superpower that is on the world stage during the time that Matthew is writing this book. And so when you dive into, what's up, Josh? How you doing, man? When you dive into the book of Matthew, it's just important to understand the dynamics, because there's a lot of tension that's going on. So basically, what you need to understand is that Herod was the king who was appointed. He literally was given the position. He didn't earn it. He was given the position. And so there's a lot of tensions between the Roman Empire and the Parthian Empire. Now, we'll talk about that when we get to Matthew chapter 2, because there you need to understand the tensions that are going on there. But in Matthew chapter 1, you dive into the genealogy that is given to us in Matthew chapter 1. So in Matthew chapter 1, we're given the genealogy from Joseph. It's Joseph's genealogy. Now, there's two genealogies that you need to be aware of when it comes to Jesus. The genealogy of Joseph, which is in Matthew chapter 1, and the genealogy of Mary, which is in Luke chapter 3. And there's a lot of fun little nuggets of cool stuff that take place in Matthew chapter 1. We talked about Tamar, we talked about Boaz, we talked about Rahab, we talked about Ruth, but we also talked about a guy named Jeconiah. There's a blood curse that was on Jeconiah. We talked about that multiple times. It's fascinating to imagine God himself putting a blood curse on the royal line of Judah. Like that, like you could not be a king of Israel unless you were from the tribe of Judah. And so when you learn about a blood curse being put on the royal line of Judah, all of a sudden you're just like, holy smokes, what's going on here? Well, that's why Luke chapter 3 is so important to understand, because God bypasses that blood curse that he put on Jeconiah by going through a different line. And that is where Mary's genealogy comes into play. It's really cool. We talked about that a lot. Very cool. But that you can read more about that in Jeremiah 22, verse 30, if you would like to. But let's go ahead and dive on into Matthew chapter 2, because in Matthew chapter 2, we are introduced to the Magi. The Magi are, it's just an amazing study. The more you talk about it, the more you're just like, more questions arise. But the Magi came from the Parthian Empire. So the Parthian Empire is up here. The Roman Empire is over here. And they kept on going to battle. They were battling. And then all of a sudden, the Magi started going to the Roman Empire because they were searching for the King of the Jews. So they show up and they say, where is he who was born King of the Jews? They say that to the sitting king at the time, which was Herod. Herod the Great. This dude, you don't want to mess with this guy. He was a bad news bear type of guy. And so these Magi show up, and they, there's already tension between the Magi just being there. They showed up in this entire convoy. There was like all kinds of people. They had an armed escort. It wasn't just three wise men like on a little, on a camel or anything like that. No, they had a whole armed escort, and they showed up, and it made all of Jerusalem troubled. And that's what it tells us in Matthew chapter 2, verse 2. So these Magi show up, and then it just makes you wonder, how did the Magi know where to go? How did they know what to bring? How did they know who to ask for? How did they know he's going to be King of the Jews? How did they know all of these things? And then it makes you it just is so cool to learn, because when you go to Daniel chapter 4 and 5, you learn that Daniel was the chief of the Magi. And so when you learn that Daniel was the chief of the Magi, you start looking at these Magi in a completely different light, because wait a second, Daniel, centuries in the past, must have poured into these Magi and gave them all kinds of information and knowledge and told them how to think, trained them up on how to think. And you learn how to think by diving into the Word of God. And so then centuries down the line in Matthew chapter 2, these Magi show up. And they show up at the right time. They show up where they needed to be. They didn't have a GPS. They were just, and how did they know where to go? Anyways, they show up, they find Jesus. Jesus is about 2 years old at this point, and they bow down to him. And it's so cool to see this whole picture, because these are grown men who traveled over 1,000 miles to find him. And when they found him, they gave him gold, frankincense, and myrrh. Hello, Melissa. And so the gold, frankincense, and myrrh is really, really cool because of what they stand for. Hello, Holly. Good to see you. Amanda, hello. Yeah, Prude Knight, I thank you. Yeah. But it's really cool to see all of these things take place. So gold, frankincense, and myrrh, that is what they showed up with, which is very interesting, because when you read the book of Revelation, what you find, what's up, Mick? When you read the book of sheesh, what's up, legit? When you read the book of Revelation, what you find in the book of Revelation is there's only gold and frankincense. There is no myrrh. Well, how come there's gold, frankincense, and myrrh in Matthew chapter 2? Well, because gold represents him being God and his kingship. Frankincense speaks to his priestly role, and then the myrrh speaks to his death. So that was during his first coming. But then in the book of Revelation, which speaks of the revealing of Jesus Christ, there's only gold and frankincense. Well, why is there no myrrh? It's because myrrh is not there because he already did that. That was all taking place during his first coming. And so that's why it's not mentioned in the book of Revelation. That's why it's here in Matthew chapter 2, because that was speaking into his first advent. Very, very cool stuff. But then when you dive into Matthew chapter 3, we're introduced to John the Baptist. John the Baptist is quite a character. This guy is like, what we know about him is very little, but he was referred to by Jesus himself. Interesting. Yeah, what you know about John the Baptist is that Jesus himself refers to him as that there was no one born greater than John the Baptist. And so it's fascinating because when you read the Bible, you're like, I don't really see that much about John. I mean, we read about him in Isaiah chapter 40, verse 3. That's where we're introduced to him. But we don't really know much about him other than he's going to be the voice of one crying out in the wilderness, prepare the way of the Lord, make his path straight. And so then we see him baptizing some people and we see him like calling some people out, but we don't really see him doing much other than that. And so it's really interesting when you think about that, because in Matthew chapter 3, he's out there baptizing people. He was baptizing people into what he was saying. So when people were getting baptized into John, what they were saying was that, hey, we are identifying with you, John the Baptist, which means that we acknowledge you, John the Baptist, as the herald of the Messiah, which means that everybody who got baptized into John was connecting themselves to John, saying that when John says, hey, that's the Messiah, then everybody would believe him. They believed he was the voice of the one crying in the wilderness. They believed that because of Isaiah chapter 40. And so when people believed that John was the herald, then they identified with him by getting baptized. And then all of a sudden in John chapter 1, John stands up and he says, behold the Lamb of God, which takes away the sin of the world. That is him identifying, that is him calling out the Messiah and say, that's the one you need to go follow. And that's why John is like, he must increase and I must decrease. John had a role to play. John was a superhero in a sense, but he was nothing when it comes to Jesus. And that's why it's so interesting that that Jesus himself gives him a shout out and says that there is none born greater than John the Baptist, because we're told this much about him. If we're told this much about him, then that means it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter about what John did. It matters about Jesus. So the focus needs to be on Jesus. And that's why it's so crazy how everybody likes getting into all these other books over here and and I'm like, let's just talk about Jesus. He's amazing. Are you kidding me? And so Matthew chapter 3, it's really cool to just dive into this John the Baptist character. It's really fun getting into that. But you're introduced to the Pharisees in Matthew chapter 3. They go out there. You got the Pharisees, you got the Sadducees. We talked about the Pharisees. Pharisees were very legalistic. Sadducees were very, they didn't believe in the resurrection. They believed in the Torah, but they didn't believe in the supernatural. And so you have a very opposite, polar opposites in the sense, because that's the Sadducees they didn't believe in the resurrection, and that is why they were sad, you see. So can you imagine being a Sadducee and just thinking that there is no resurrection? But that's exactly what they were. And these were two religious sects inside the religious world at this time. So diving into Matthew chapter 4, we learn that Jesus was led into the wilderness to be tempted by the devil. And it's really cool to see that happen, because he was tempted with everything. Like we get we get tempted and we like our knees buckle right away. We're like it's just. But Jesus was offered everything, and it is crazy to see all this. But he was led into the wilderness by the Spirit. He was purposefully led by the Spirit into the wilderness for the sole purpose to be tempted. It is crazy. And so when you see that he was led into the wilderness for the sole purpose to be tempted by the devil, it's remarkable, because then all of a sudden in Matthew chapter 4, you see Lucifer, which is he's described in the Bible as the seal of perfection. That is who we're talking about here. So this seal of perfection shows up to Jesus and starts throwing everything that he's got at him. And so he basically what you see in Matthew chapter 4 is a sword fight, because they're both using scripture. One is using it improperly and one is using it properly. So it's a sword fight, verse to verse, verse to verse, verse to verse. And it's really remarkable because, it's the details are where you need to pay attention to. Hello, Vicky. Hello. What's up, Christian? How you doing? And so when you dive into what Satan was manipulating, he was changing things. That he was quoting a verse, but he was removing things from it. Thank you, Nina. And so when he removed certain phrases or a certain word or a couple different words from a verse, it changes the whole meaning. And so Jesus, being God and awesome and perfect, was able to spot that from a mile away. And he's like, no, no, no. And so anyways, the big one in Matthew chapter 4 is when Lucifer offered Jesus the kingdom. And so you need to understand why that was so enticing. Because what he was doing was Satan was acknowledging that Jesus has a coming kingdom. He acknowledges that. How does he know that? Because back in 2 Samuel chapter 7, what we learn is that there is it's this everlasting kingdom that is that God made a covenant with David. It is an everlasting covenant that he made with David about an everlasting kingdom. So we know very, very well that there is an everlasting kingdom. It is forever. He made that. It's not going away. So Satan knows that there is a everlasting kingdom sometime down the future. And so if he knows that, here in Matthew chapter 4, when he goes up to Jesus and he's like, hey, Jesus, I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world. I'll give you all the kingdoms of the world. Just bow down to me. Now, what he was doing was he was offering Jesus a way around the cross. He's like, hey, don't go to the cross. Just take the kingdoms. You'll have your kingdoms. You'll get everything you wanted. Just don't go to the cross. And so that is what he was doing here in Matthew chapter 4. He was offering him the kingdom, but it wasn't the right kingdom. He's going to have a perfect kingdom, and that's what it talks about in Daniel chapter 3 or Daniel chapter 2. The stone that crushes the image, the stone turns into this mountain. The mountain is representative of the government, the perfect government, the kingdom, the millennial kingdom. It's going to be it's remarkable. But that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 4. Moving on to Matthew chapter 5. Matthew chapter 5, 6, and 7 talk about the Sermon on the Mount. And so the Sermon on the Mount is the thing that's really important to remember here is that the Sermon on the Mount was directed towards believers. It was directed towards the disciples. Now there was a whole bunch of people in the area. There's a whole multitude of people, but he was speaking to his disciples. And so he's speaking to his disciples here. And these Beatitudes, we're going to talk about them tonight, so I'll leave that alone for now. Matthew chapter 5, Jesus is basically combating the Pharisaical teaching. The Pharisees taught that if you were just a son of Abraham, that you were good enough. If you were a son of Abraham, you were good enough. And so if you were a son of Abraham, that you would go to heaven. That's what they taught. Thank you, Enjoy. And so so the Pharisees, who had a stranglehold on people during this time, were teaching everybody the wrong way. They were leading people down the wrong road. And so Jesus shows up, and he says in Matthew chapter 5, verse 20, he talks to his disciples, and it says this, for I, Jesus, say to you, the disciples, that unless your righteousness exceeds the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, you will by no means enter the kingdom of heaven. That's crazy. So that's crazy. Can you imagine being a disciple and looking and listening to what Jesus is saying and saying, hey, you need to be more righteous than the scribes and Pharisees? If you were a normal disciple, a normal person back during this time, you'd be like, that's impossible. Those scribes and Pharisees are the professional law keepers. So how can I exceed their righteousness? Well, that was what he was trying to get them to understand. They can't do it. They can't do it. You're not good enough. You can't do it. And so that is what he's trying to make them understand. Kind of like the first couple chapters of Romans. He's like, you need to understand the bad news before you can understand the good news. And so that is what Jesus' ministry was all about. He was completely undoing all of the Pharisaical way of teaching. And so Matthew chapter 5, moving on to Matthew chapter 6. Matthew chapter 6, he teaches his disciples how to pray. This was the disciples' prayer. This was not Jesus's prayer. We know that because it says, forgive us our debts. Now, that's not something that Jesus would pray because he was perfect. So this is clearly directed towards the disciples. But he says in Matthew chapter 6, verse 9, he says, our Father in heaven, hallowed be your name. We need to understand that his name is to be very, very respected and revered. But then in verse 10, it says, your kingdom come, your will be done. Now, it's fascinating that it's your kingdom, your kingdom, your kingdom. That's the pinnacle in a sense, like the kingdom. It is going to occur. The question is, When. There's a lot of people who see things differently as far as this kingdom. There's people who are amillennial, there's post-millennial, and then there's people like me who are pre-millennial. But I believe the millennial kingdom is an actual literal 1,000-year reign. There are people who think we're in the kingdom right now. And then there's the amillennialists who believe that it's not a real kingdom and it's just this, allegorical type of thing. And they try to, say it's not real and it's not a literal thing. I'm a very literal type of person. So I believe it is a literal millennial kingdom. And, in Revelation, it talks about the 1,000 years. It says it like 6 different times in the Revelation chapter 19 or something like that. Fascinating, because Satan is going to be bound for 1,000 years, and it says 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 7, with all of these things that are taking place. What's up, Jeffrey? Thank you so much. Matthew chapter 7, verse 13. So I'll have to stay here for 1,000 years. No, that's not the case. It'll be a completely different ball game at that point. We will be in our glorified bodies if you were born again. Hey, thank you, Lessons. Thank you so much. Let's stick to the literal. That's right, Henry. That's my style, at least. You guys can make up your own minds on that. But in Matthew chapter 7, verse 13 and 14, he describes, in Matthew chapter 7, verse 13 and 14, he describes 2 ways. He's like, there's the broad gate, and then there's the narrow gate. He's like, the broad gate is the wrong way, guys. And he's trying to get these people. Remember, here in Matthew chapter 7, this is still a part of the Sermon on the Mount. So the broad gate is basically an allusion to the Pharisaical way of teaching. So this was the way the Pharisees were teaching, meaning that, hey, if you're a son of Abraham, you're good to go. That's the broad gate. It's wrong. That's wrong. Then he's like, you know what? Then there's me, the narrow gate. He says in the Gospel of John, he says, I am the door. I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes unto the Father but by me. He is not a way. He is the way. Very important to really make those connections. But I think it's so fascinating in Matthew chapter 7, verse 22, Jesus says this, many will say to me. So he's sitting there, he's looking at his disciples, all of the multitudes are looking at him. They're all, it's like a hush goes over the crowd. And then Jesus says, many will say to me in that day, Lord, Lord, have I not cast out demons in your name? Have I not prophesied in your name? Have I not done many wonders and miracles in your name? And he will say to them, I never knew you. And I think that's so instructive, because there's people, I really like this verse. It's on the forefront of my mind lately because of the word never. I never knew you, because, this is one of those verses you can use for eternal security purposes, because some people are like, some people believe you can lose your salvation. I'm not one of those people. It's just one of those, discussions that is never ending, and I totally get it. But I believe you cannot lose your salvation. I believe once you are born again, you are always born again. I believe you are sealed, and you can't get out of there even if you wanted to. Now, the question comes down to, were you ever born again to begin with? That's between you and the Lord. But here he says, I never knew you. And so if he says, I never knew you, that implies that he never knew you, like meaning like, I knew you that one time, but I don't know you now. He says, I never knew you. I never, not even a little bit. Like, I didn't know you even once for a second. Like, I never knew you. Crazy stuff. Matthew chapter 8, moving on. Matthew chapter 8. What we see here is this leper getting healed. And when you dive into this, the implications of this leper getting healed, you need to understand that this sent a massive shockwave throughout the culture, because this leper, when people got healed, it was, relatively, not abnormal in some cases. Like, there's, people were doing stuff, like they read all about the miracles, they're trying to figure it out, but they heard of this kind of stuff. But there was a miracle that was specifically geared towards being messianic, and that is healing a leper. And that is really important to understand, because this leper being healed wasn't just a very la-di-da-di, everybody, like, it wasn't just a normal thing. It was something that nobody's ever done before. And so in Matthew chapter 8, what we learn is that this leper was healed. That's crazy, because what we learn about this is leprosy represents sin. It's an idiom for sin, just like leaven. Leaven is an idiom for pride. Pride puffs up. Pride is sin. So you have leaven and you have leprosy, all in both being idioms of sin. Hey, thank you, Trevin. Thank you so much. And so it's really important to understand that when this leper comes up to Jesus and he says, Lord, if you are willing, you can forgive me. He doesn't say, can you, or are you able to? Like, do you think you could try? He says, Lord, if you are willing, you can. And so you see this leper's faith. And he goes up to Jesus, and then Jesus reaches out his hand and he touched him. And it is so powerful just to visualize this. Why? Because Jesus touched him. And because Jesus touched him, you understand that all of the other miracles, Jesus did it they were always different. It was a different kind of way. He's like, which way you want me to do it now? He's like, I can do it. He's like, I'm not just like a one-trick pony. He's like, I can just speak it to happen. I can touch somebody and it can happen. They can touch me and they'll be healed. I can just do whatever I want to. And I am telling you who I am. That was his whole purpose here in Matthew chapter 8. In Matthew chapter 8, he is authenticating who he is by his works. His works are building up his resume to letting the nation of Israel know that the Messiah is here. And so it's so important to understand that when this leper gets healed, what took place after that is remarkable, because when this leper gets healed, Jesus tells him to go to the priest. So what we learn is that this leper was a Jew. This was a Jew. This was a Jewish leper. And so when this Jewish leper got healed, Jesus gives him specific instructions and tells him to go to the priest as a testimony to the priests. So this leper is all of a sudden healed. He's like, okay, and he goes to the priest, and then the priests are like, yes, what's your name? Let's go. Who are you? What do you want? They're talking to him like he's just a regular guy, and they're like, yeah, hey, I had leprosy for a while now, and I'm healed. And then the priests are probably like, what? And so then all of a sudden they're like asking questions about this guy, and they're like, hey, are you sure? And so they would check their records, because they had records of all the lepers, because in order for them to be cast out of the walls, the city walls, the priests had the power to do that. And so they had a documentation, they had a file on this guy. They pulled his file, they're like, and they would open it up and they'd be like, oh yeah, here you are. You did have leprosy. Well, let's make sure. And they would, grab that like little popsicle stick, and they'd be like, open your mouth, like, go ahead. And like they'd do all those things. And then they'd come to the conclusion, after very, very meticulous checking, they would be like, okay, you don't have leprosy anymore. It is crazy. And so then they would ask questions, be like, how do you not have leprosy anymore? Because they understood that to be a messianic healing. And so then they would look into that. They'd be like, who healed you? What's his name? Where's he at right now? How did he do it? Can he do it again? Like, who is he? What? And so they would hear about Jesus. So this leper who is covered in sin, or it's an idiom of sin, gets healed, is cleansed. He goes out and he becomes a testimony, just like how you and I are supposed to be when we come to know Christ as our personal Lord and Savior. We are supposed to go and be a testimony, because then everybody's going to see that there is something different in us, and then we are supposed to be that representative, that ambassador, that witness to the other people, to the world. Let your light so shine before men that they may see your good works and glorify your Father who is in heaven. That is what we're supposed to be doing. Our whole purpose, my whole purpose of being alive, every breath I take, is supposed to be glorifying to God. That is the whole point. So then when you dive back into Matthew chapter 8, what you find as you continue on is that you will see that there are more healings that take place. There's the centurion servant that gets healed. You see that Peter's mother-in-law gets healed. You see that he commands the wind and the waves to stop. And it is so crazy to see this kind of stuff. Like, he is, not only is he telling the entire nation who he is by showing it to them, he's proving it to his disciples. So the disciples are in the boat, the wind and the waves are going all over the place, and they had to wake him up. They're like, Master, don't you care that we're about to die? And he's sleeping. Like, he's not worried. Like, if I get on a boat, I'm not sleeping. Like, especially if it's like described like how they were describing it. Like, no, there's no way. But Jesus was sleeping. I sleep when I feel okay. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm pretty safe here. Like, I can sleep, right? Like, Jesus was not worried about anything. He had it in control. And so they had to wake him up. Like, what, are you kidding me? Do you take some Ambien? What's going on here? And so they wake him up, and then he rebukes the wind and the sea. And it's crazy. And they're just like trying to figure it out. They're like, who is this guy who Even the wind and the sea obey him. So they were trying to put it together. Now it's crazy because these disciples had a lot of insight. They had a lot of knowledge, but that didn't mean that they had understanding. And that there's a huge difference between knowledge and understanding. You can repeat something over and over and over again, but you might not understand it. You can say the words. These disciples knew who Jesus was. They saw all the things that he could do. Jesus even told them multiple times that he would be killed. And then he even told them how he would be killed. And they still said, okay, but they didn't understand it. They didn't understand it until after the resurrection. It's crazy. Like, they could be told something and they could be like, yeah, totally. And then just have no idea what's going on. This is one of those times they're trying to figure out who this guy is. They're trying to figure out who Jesus is, little by little. And so then at the end of Matthew chapter 8, that he casts out these demons. And these demons run into these swine, which is very crazy, because then all of a sudden, like, after he casts them out, there's this whole conversation with these demons. The demons come up to Jesus and they're like, are you here? They basically acknowledge there's so much light that we are given on this spiritual world just from these 4 or 5 different verses. In Matthew chapter 8, verse 29, it says, and suddenly they cried out, saying, what have we to do with you, Jesus, you Son of God? Now, there's a couple different titles of Jesus that is often used. You have the Son of Man, which goes all the way back to Daniel chapter 7. You have the Son of David, which is a messianic title. And then you have the divine title, which is the Son of God. The Son of God. That's the divine title. So these demons recognize Jesus, and they don't say Son of Man. They don't say Son of David. They say Son of God. They understood who he was. They call him by his divine name. This is my beloved Son, right? This is the Son of God. This is Jesus. They see him. They identify who he is. They know who he is. James tells us that even the demons believe and they tremble. And so it's really remarkable here because they ask him, are you here to torment us before the time? So these demons are aware that there is a time yet future to where they will be tormented. Crazy. But then in Matthew 8, verse 31, it says, if you cast us out, permit us to go away into the herd of swine. Now, these demons are somehow, they have an advantage of being in a body. That is so thought-provoking in so many different ways. Like, what? Like, you would think that, we all have that, like, Hollywood visual, like, where it's just, like, a little spirit kind of, like, going all over the place and, like, ooh, like, that's kind of, and so they want a body. And so when they understood they're about to be cast out, they're like, hey, can we go into the swine? So they seek embodiment. They are looking for a body. And so Jesus he just says, go. And so they go into the swine, and the pigs run into the water, and they drown themselves, which is crazy. There's a whole bunch of people, like, it's very, it's really curious. There's a lot of questions that arise here and not that many answers. These pigs, what's going on with the pigs? Pigs are very unclean. They're unclean to the Jewish people. They go in, they drown themselves. That's wild. What's going on with that? But, it really makes you just try to unpack as much as you possibly can when it comes to these demons, because, all the way back in Genesis chapter 6, we're told about the Nephilim. The Nephilim were basically giants, or the earthborn. And so these things were on the earth, and then the flood came. And so the Nephilim were on the earth before and after the flood, which is crazy. What does that even mean? What's going on there? There's all kinds of questions, but there's a hierarchy in the spiritual realm. They're not all just fallen angels. There's fallen angels, there's demons, there's principalities of power. You have all of these different layers of evil things that are existence in the world. And so here, these demons they're just a different layer it's a part of the hierarchy in the demonic world. But these demons, some people believe that it's possible that when the Nephilim died, where did their soul go? Where did they go? And so some people believe that when the Nephilim died, that their spirit got released, and so that is where the demons came from. They're just going all over the place, seeking embodiment. I don't know. I can't be too dogmatic about that because it's not something that we can be certain of. There's demonology out there, and people really like diving into this kind of stuff and study it and study it and study it and study it. And I'm just like, that's, I'll talk about it for a little bit, but I want to focus on Jesus because that is what we should be focusing on. I think it's good to be well-rounded, but don't get lost into that deep end where people just really love spending all of their time, and the next thing you know, that's all they talk about, and then they lose power, the power of what Jesus did on the cross, and they lose sight of that and the gospel and the good news that Jesus, he took my place. He died on the cross. He rose again, and that is amazing. That is the coolest thing ever. That is the coolest thing ever. And so we need to stay there. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Tar. Thank you so much. So when you go back into Matthew chapter 9, moving on, Matthew chapter 9, he heals more people. There's the paralyzed man. He heals them. You have blind men that get healed. You have this demon person, demonic possessed man that gets the demon cast out of him, which is very provocative because this man couldn't speak. We talked about this plenty of times, but this man couldn't speak, and so the rabbis back then, the way that they cast demons out was that they asked what the demon's name was. And so then the person would reply, "We are Legion," or whatever. And so that's how they needed the name of the demon in order to cast out the demons. And so what do you do when the man can't speak? Well, what the rabbis did when a man couldn't speak is they just left him alone. They're like, "Oh, sorry about your luck." And so what Jesus did, though, was that he didn't play by their rules. He could do whatever he wanted to. And so he's like, "Oh, you can't speak? That's fine. I don't need to know your name. Cast them out." And then the demon gets out of there. And so everybody in the area was so mind blown, thank you, Smudge, by what just took place by this demon possessed man who all of a sudden is no longer demon possessed. And he could speak again as well. He's just like, "Who are you, Jesus? Like, who are you? Like, how are you doing this? You're not playing by our rules. You got to be somebody different." And so all of this is Jesus building up his resume. He is doing things that never was done before. He is telling everybody who he is, and he's backing it up by proving it to them. And he's like, "This is like, I'm the guy that you guys read about." But in Matthew chapter 10, moving on to Matthew chapter 10, this is where he chooses his 12 disciples. So he chooses his 12 disciples, and then he basically gives them the power to go and he gives them the power to heal the sick, to cleanse the lepers, to raise the dead, and to cast out demons. This was given to his disciples or apostles. They're called disciples in chapter 10, verse 1, and then they're called apostles in chapter 10, verse 2. Now, a disciple is what you and I are. We are disciples of Christ. We are learners. We are students. We are followers of Christ. So what is an apostle? An apostle is one that is sent forth. An apostle is one that has the authority of the sender. So the sender in this place, or in this case, was Jesus himself. So if they had the authority of the sender, that means that they had the authority of Jesus. And so they were literally able to do things that nobody else could ever do because they were representatives of the king. And so they were ambassadors. They represented everywhere they went. They were representing Jesus. And so they had the power to heal the sick, cleanse the lepers, raise the dead, cast out demons. What's fascinating about this is that Jesus's ministry was strictly Jesus's ministry, when he was boots on the ground, was strictly to Israel. It is important to understand that. It's like, he's like, "I'm not here for the Gentiles or the Samaritans. I'm here for Israel." He's like, "I know you guys are going to reject me. I understand this, but I'm doing this anyways because I got a lot of things I got to fulfill. There's a lot of prophecies that need to be fulfilled, but I understand you're going to reject me." But that doesn't change his mission. He was sent to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, because in Matthew chapter 10, verse 5, he tells his disciples, he says, "Don't go to the Samaritans, don't go to the Gentiles." But in Matthew chapter 10, verse 6, it says, "But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel." So he sends them to the Jewish people. He's like, "Go to the Jewish people and only go to them." And he's like, "Go preach the gospel of the kingdom." So this kingdom is being given. It's being handed to the people. He's like, "Hey, you guys want the kingdom?" Because in the Jewish world, they wanted the kingdom. They wanted the kingdom. If you read the Bible, if you read the Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, you'll find that people were constantly, or they were anticipating that the kingdom could arrive at any moment. They were waiting for it. And so this kingdom was something that they were offering people. They're like, "Hey, the kingdom's here, and the king, he's back here. He's like, the king's here. So if the king's here, then the kingdom's here. You just need to accept it. And so it's fascinating because you have this dynamic that's going on between the Pharisees and Jesus. And so the Pharisees are completely pushing back against Jesus. The reason why the Pharisees were pushing against Jesus was because Jesus wasn't going along with their program. You see, the way that their whole world basically evolved, in a sense, was that way back in the Old Testament, in Exodus and Deuteronomy and whatnot, they were given God's law. They were giving God's law. So they had God's law, and then as time went on, they added to it. And so then there was the Pharisaic law, or the Talmudic law. Then there was the Pharisaic law. Then there was the Kabbalah. Like they had different layers of Judaism. And so the more that time went on, the further they got away from God's law. The further and further away they got from God's law. And so here we are in 2024, and the Jewish people are just blind to who Jesus is because they missed the time of their visitation. But they got so lost. They got so lost and so far out there. And here what we're reading about in Matthew chapter 10 is this Pharisaic teaching that was completely wrong. And so this is a perfect example of where the majority is not right. This is like the Pharisees, they walked around, everybody thought that they were the bee's knees. And so then Jesus shows up and he's starting to rewrite the script and he's like, no, guys, you're wrong. And then the Pharisees are like, no, Jesus, you're wrong. And so then all of a sudden they're trying to gain the hearts and minds of the people in the area. And so then the people get caught in the crossfire. And so it's like it's like a divorce situation, like between a man and a woman, and the kids are just stuck in the middle, and they're like just trying to decide, like, who do I side with, mom or dad? And so that's what the people were like sheep without a shepherd, because the Pharisees completely rejected Jesus, and so they made their decision. And so then the people saw the Pharisees reject Jesus, and then the people were like, well, who do we go after? Do we go after Jesus? Do we go after the Pharisees? Who do we follow? And so they were divided. And so these people they ended up not accepting Jesus as their king, as the Messiah. And so that is why this was like a national rejection. There were some people who did accept him. We'll talk about that later tonight. But moving on to Matthew chapter 11. John the Baptist gets thrown into prison because he was basically pushing back against Herod. Herod was not, this was not Herod the Great. Herod the Great was what we read about in Matthew chapter 2. That was Herod the Great. Here in Matthew chapter, we're not even there yet. We'll talk about that in a little bit. John the Baptist was thrown in prison because of Herod Antipas. Anyway, we'll talk about why he was thrown in prison here in a little bit, but he's in prison and he sends his disciples to Jesus, and he's like, hey, go check out Jesus, go see if he's the Messiah, go find out if he's the real deal, or else should we be looking for somebody else? And so these disciples show up and they're like, hey, and so Jesus sends them back to John, and he's like, go tell John the things that you've seen. The lepers are healed, the blind can see, the lame can walk, the deaf can, and he goes on and on and on and on. And so these are all, like, basically he gives them his resume, and he's like, go tell them my resume. And so that is, obviously a picture to them, especially when he hears about the leper being healed. If a leper's healed, to a Jewish mind, that is massive, because a Jewish leper, there's no case of a Jewish leper being done before. And so that's why it's so cool. There's Naaman the Syrian. He's a Syrian though. He wasn't a Jewish person. And so that, that's a different story. But in Matthew chapter 11, verse 11, Jesus says, assuredly I say to you, among those born of women, there has not risen one greater than John the Baptist. This is crazy. That is so crazy. Like, it just makes you wonder, like, John, what all did you do in your short years? Thank you, Christian. In your short time on the earth. Thank you, Christian. What did you do, John? Like, what all did he do? Like, I mean, John the Baptist was probably like 33 years old or something like that. And by the time he died. And so just thinking about that, it really makes you wonder, like, what did he do? Like, I have more time on the earth than he did. I have more time on the earth than John the Baptist. Wow. That's a weird thing to consider right there. But he is given the title, there has not been one greater that has been born of women than John the Baptist. That is crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. And we're told very little about him. But John the Baptist was the herald. He was the herald of the king. And so what happens to the herald happens to the king. Well, what happened to the herald? Well, the herald was cut off. The herald was killed. So what's going to happen to the king? The king will be killed as well, which is tragic, but that's how it needed to happen. So in Matthew chapter 11, verse 14, it says this, and if you are willing to receive it, he, referring to John the Baptist, is Elijah who is to come. You see, the Jewish people were always waiting for three people to show up. They were waiting for the Messiah, they're waiting for Moses, and they're waiting for Elijah. And so that's why when John, in John chapter 1, when John the Baptist was baptizing people, the Pharisees and the scribes, they come out to him and they're like, who are you? And he's like, I'm not the Messiah. That's what he ruled out right away. Then he said, they're like, are you Moses? Are you Elijah? And he's like, no, no, no. And so they were expecting them. So here, the reason why that they're expecting them, because of what the last chapter in the book of Malachi says, if you wanted to go there real fast, Malachi chapter 4, or the last verse, in Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, Malachi chapter 4, verse 5, it says, behold, I will send you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the great and dreadful day of the Lord. Interesting that they were expecting Elijah. And so John the Baptist would have been Elijah. He would have fulfilled the role of Elijah if they were willing, but they were not willing. And so because they were not willing, that means that he was not accepted. And so that's the part of the whole rejection. So when he goes down to Matthew chapter 12, moving on to Matthew chapter 12, we talked a lot about the Sabbath. This Sabbath whole situation, like there's a lot of people who struggle with the Sabbath. And so there's the two extremes of people who, when it comes to the Sabbath, there's people who are, you need to obey the Sabbath and you need to do nothing but obey the Sabbath. And then there's the people who are like, the Sabbath isn't even important anymore. I think both ways are incorrect from my way of thinking. I think we need to be in the middle. I think we need to acknowledge that the Sabbath is important, but we don't need to abide by it and follow it and be very legalistic about it. But we also can't say that it's not important anymore, because we know that during the millennial kingdom, the Sabbath is still in play. And so since we know that it is still going to be a part of society in a sense during the millennial kingdom, how can you write it off? So it's something. But anyways, in Matthew chapter 12, these Pharisees were following Jesus around. And so they started pointing fingers at Jesus and being, look at your disciples. Look at all the things that they're doing. They're breaking this on the Sabbath. They're breaking this on the Sabbath. They're breaking this on the Sabbath. There's all kinds of, these Pharisees were so legalistic. And they're following Jesus around and they're just like taking notes and being like, what can we get him on? What can we get him on? But Jesus handles it masterfully. And he basically defends his people in a very, very lawyer type of fashion, and that is our advocate in action. I love seeing that, because he is going to bat for his people, just like how he goes to bat for you and I if you are born again. It's really cool. But in Matthew chapter 12, verse 8, we see that it says, for the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath. And so it's so interesting to think about this, because we were talking about the temple. We were talking about the temple the other night or 2 nights ago. I don't even remember, but we were talking about the temple. What was going on during the temple when Jesus goes in and he cleansed the temple? He chases everybody out of the temple. When he did that, he was basically putting down his claim on the temple. Now, Jesus didn't go into other people's houses and chase people out of their own houses. But what he did do is that he cleansed the temple. Why? Because that's his temple. He's like, this is my temple. I can do what I want to. Like, this is my house, and I'm going to handle business how I see fit. And so when he chased those people out, everybody was watching him be like, Jesus, like, how could you? You're so mean, right? And so it's just crazy, because how would you think that if somebody came in your house and started painting your walls like a different color, like you'd be like, what are you doing? Right? And so he's looking at people doing stuff in his house, and he goes in there and he starts chasing them out, and he's like, what are you doing in my house? And so he had the right to do it, because he's the Lord of the Sabbath and he's the Lord of that temple. Thank you, Danette. Thank you so much. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 12. Matthew chapter 12, this is where the turning point is in the Gospel of Matthew. This is massive. In Matthew chapter 12, the Pharisees come to this. The Pharisees are getting cornered, so they have nowhere to run. So they come to this realization that they either acknowledge Jesus as the Messiah, or they reject him and say all the miracles that he's doing is demonic. So they reject him and they call him demonic. And so that's what takes place in Matthew chapter 12. So they reject him. This is like a national rejection that took place here at Matthew chapter 12. The Pharisees, the leaders of Israel, rejected Jesus right here in Matthew chapter 12, verse 24. And so what's interesting, there's a saying in Israel that says, as the leaders go, so goes the nation. And that's very true. If you pay attention to the history of forever, you see whatever way they're being led, that's the way they go. And so that is how it is. And so wherever the leaders go, that is where the people follow. And so here is where the leaders rejected Jesus. They didn't reject him when he was being nailed to the cross. No, it happened way back here, Matthew chapter 12. So they end up calling him demonic or satanic, and they attribute all of his miracles and all of his good, awesome things that he's done, and they give the credit to Satan. So just imagine being Jesus for a second. And you're just like, you're hearing this, you're looking at these people who you came to die for, and they're the rulers, they're the leaders of this area, and they're looking at you and they say, you cast out demons by Beelzebub. How would that make you feel? If you were Jesus, if you were God Almighty, and they look at you and they completely say that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. And so after this point, everything changes. Jesus completely stops talking to them plainly, and he starts talking to them in parables. After this point, after Matthew chapter 12, he only speaks to the public in parables. But in Matthew chapter 12, verse 31, you have this unpardonable sin, which we're going to talk a little bit about tonight, because it's tied into Matthew chapter 19, or Matthew 21, Luke 19. Like, it's just tied in there. I just can't stop seeing it. It's there. I just wonder if you guys see it as well. But you can make your own decision on that. But you have this unpardonable sin. Now, obviously, if you never acknowledge Jesus as Lord and Savior, then you are going to be cast into the lake of fire. That is just what the Bible says. That's God's word. That's a hard truth. But this unpardonable sin seems to be applied to this generation. So this generation that we're reading about here in Matthew chapter 12, what was the unpardonable sin of that generation? Well, that generation rejected Jesus. That was unpardonable. And so that is what the fall of 70 AD, of Jerusalem coming down, the temple falling, the Jerusalem being destroyed by Romans in 70 AD, that is what that is all about, in my opinion. That's what I believe that is speaking to. You can come to your own conclusion on that. It's not something that is talked about very often. Moving on to why are you going so fast? Hello, Step at MS. I'm sorry. I'm just doing a recap. I'm not going. I suppose I am going through the recap fast. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. We've already covered everything we've talked about, so I'm just going through the highlights right now, and I'm not diving deep into it. I'm just covering, just to kind of like reiterate what we've already talked about. So if you would like to, thank you, Tar. All of these are up on YouTube. If you wanted to go check it out, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile, or you can somebody can type it up here and then pin it, ITZ_sheesh. So we've done Revelation and Daniel and Ruth and Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, all the Pauline epistles. Yeah, thank you, Amber. ITZ_sheesh is what it is on YouTube. So that's why I'm going through it fast, because I've done this 22 times already. So I just trying to get through it, and this is just covering what people who have been here already have already heard before. So sorry for talking fast. I will slow down a lot when we actually talk about what we're going to be talking about tonight. So there is that. Yeah. Okay. Makes sense now. I knew you did. Knew you did it. Deaf studies. Haven't you heard anyone? Okay. Well, thanks for coming back. All right. So Matthew chapter 13. Moving on to Matthew chapter 13, we have these kingdom parables. And the kingdom parables are really quite something. They seem to encapsulate the church age. If you look at the 7 kingdom parables and you slap the 7 letters to the 7 churches on top of them in the same order, you see a stark, a very similar feel to all of them. You have Ephesus, Smyrna, Pergamos, Thyatira, Sardis, Philadelphia, Laodicea, you have all of those churches, and you can lay them over all 7 of these parables in Matthew chapter 13 to this kingdom parables. The kingdom parables represent the church. It's very fascinating. You can spend a lot of time in Matthew chapter 13, but in Matthew chapter 13, he tells us in verse 34, Matthew chapter 13, verse 34, it says, all these things Jesus spoke to the multitude in parables, and without a parable, he did not speak to them. Now, why did Jesus only speak to them in parables? The reason why Jesus spoke to them in parables was because in Matthew 12, they rejected him. So he's like, you rejected me, now I'm only going to speak in parables. Now, some people think that the parables are easy. Like when you hear a parable, you think it's like something that is very easy to understand. It's almost the exact opposite. A parable was given for only certain people to understand. Like it kind of like if you and I had an inside joke, and I say, how about that water cooler? And like that was something that, you would understand or recognize. You would laugh at it because I'm hilarious, but nobody else would laugh at it because they don't get it. That's kind of like what the parable, the whole thing of a parable actually is for. It was for certain people to understand and other people to not understand. And so he's speaking in code in a sense. But in Matthew chapter 13, verse 31, for example, we're told about this mustard seed. This mustard seed grows, and it basically becomes this monstrosity of a tree, which is very uncommon for a mustard tree. That doesn't describe a mustard tree at all. Mustard trees are, they're not that big, but this one grows into this monster. And then what you see is the birds of the air come and lay their nests inside the tree. So what do the birds of the air represent? Well, if you read Matthew 13, he tells you what the birds represent. He talks to the disciples because the disciples are like, what do the birds mean? And Jesus is like, the birds represent the wicked ones. So you have this picture of these evil things building their houses in the church. And that is crazy, because if the tree represents the church and these evil birds come and lay their nests inside the church, then what does that mean? Well, look around in the world right now and just go drive down Park Avenue or Main Street or whatever it's called in your area and just look at all the churches. There's all kind of things and, rainbow flags and all the kind of stuff that's going on. And it's just like, what's going on right now in our world? Like it's been infiltrated, and it's heartbreaking to see. And so you dive all throughout Matthew chapter 13. You do the best that you can, but it seems to be speaking of the church, which is really interesting, because in Matthew chapter 13 verse 47. In Matthew chapter 13, verse 47, it says, again, the kingdom of heaven is like a dragnet that was cast into the sea and gathered some of every kind. So you have this picture, which this dragnet, in my opinion, represents the Laodicean age, which is, the last letter in the book of Revelation chapter 3. You have the Laodicea church. Laodicea means Laodicea, the people rule. Laodicea, the people rule. And so Laodicea is basically a picture of where the people are the ones ruling the church, basically telling what the pastor to preach, what not to preach, what music to listen to, and how long the messages are, and they're basically the people are the ones guiding, steering the boat in a sense. But this dragnet is basically have this picture of this net being cast into the sea, and he's just like, I'm just trying to get everybody and anybody that I can. And so when you read the book of Revelation and you read that letter to Laodicea, what you find is that at the door he says, I stand at the door and knock. And now that's a verse that we've all heard before. I stand at the door and knock, and anyone who hears. And so that sounds like all fine and dandy, like a great altar call kind of verse. But what it is an absolute tragedy, because Jesus is outside of the church knocking. He's knocking, and he says, can anybody please let me in? Can anybody hear me? Please let me in. I'm not even in there. You're in a church. I understand you're doing the whole religious thing. You're wrong. Can you please open the door for me? And so he's calling out to the individual, and it's heartbreaking seeing that. And so that's this dragnet. It's kind of like that Laodicea. Hey, thank you, the dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. When you dive in, when you fast forward now, we're going into Matthew chapter 14. What you have in Matthew chapter 14, this is where we talked about Herod. Now, there's multiple Herods, so it's you can really get lost in all of these Herods. But when you think of Herod, there's multiple. There's Herod the Great, which is what we read about him in Matthew chapter 2. Here in Matthew 14, this is Herod Antipas. This was the son of Herod the Great. And so he's the tetrarch. Tetrarch is basically a governor of the area. So Judea was basically divided into certain regions, and Herod Antipas was in charge of a certain region. He was in charge of like 1/4 of the area. And so that is who we're reading about here in Matthew chapter 14. Herod is doing some really bad stuff. He's doing this whole thing with a relative of his, and he married her, and John the Baptist called that out, and he's like, hey, no. And, it's very easy to call that one out, but he calls it out. He calls it how he sees it, and that got him thrown into prison. So John the Baptist is thrown into prison for being truthful and being honest and being accurate and being right, which is very, we could be going there real soon in our own world with how dark it's getting. Who knows? But really remarkable. And then you see that Herodias was dancing before Herod, and then he basically gets stupid, and he's like, hey, I will give you anything you want up to half my kingdom. So Herodias goes to her mom, and the daughter of Herodias goes to Herodias, which was the wife, and she's like, hey, mom, what do you want me to give? Or ask for it. And so Herodias tells her daughter to ask for the head of John the Baptist. So the daughter goes back to Herod and was like, I want the head of John the Baptist. And so that's what takes place in Matthew chapter 14. So John the Baptist gets ended here in this chapter. And when Jesus hears about it, he becomes very sad. He goes out into the wilderness, and he goes out there to be alone. But he can't be alone because the people follow him. The people follow Jesus out there because of all the things he was doing, not because of who he was. They followed him out there because of the things he was doing. He was doing all kinds of cool stuff that nobody else could do, and they're like, where do we go? And this was at the same point where these multitudes were like a sheep without a shepherd. And so these people were like a sheep without a shepherd. And so Jesus uses this opportunity as a training aid for his disciples. So he calls his disciples and he's like, hey, you feed them. So he says, you feed this multitude. Now, mind you, it says that there was 5,000 men, which means that there was probably close to 15,000 people out there if you factor in the women and the children. So there's like 15,000 people out there. I want you to imagine you're at, like, I don't even know how many people, like a concert, like if you go to a concert, but like a lot of people, right? And then you're looking around and Jesus just told you to feed these disciples. You're just like standing there just like with like a couple fish and loaves, and you're just like, like, okay. And so what Jesus was trying to get these people to think was, I can't do it. He needed them to understand that he could not do it. That's step number one. Step number two was that I need you, Jesus. And so this is what he was training them. He's like, I can't do it. I need you. Those were the main principles that he was trying to teach them, because after they learned those things, that they couldn't do it and that they needed him to do it, then after Jesus ascends into heaven, then the third principle comes into play, which was where they would be the ones to do those things by themselves. He was training them up. Like, it's kind of like if you put your 2 weeks notice in at a job and you're like, I'm about out of here, guys, but I'm going to train you up the best I can while I'm still here. That's basically what he's doing. So anyways, he ends up feeding the 5,000 here, which is really crazy. This chapter, Matthew 14, it's really remarkable, because what you have in this chapter is you have Herod, the ruler of the age. He is influenced by a woman, Herodias, and they kill a prophet. And then Jesus goes out to the wilderness, and the multitudes go out there too. He feeds them. And then after that, you see the disciples go into a boat, which Jesus made his disciples go into a boat. The water seems to represent the sea of the Gentiles, and so it's really cool to see with all this kind of stuff. But then Peter's the only one who gets out of the water, and he calls Jesus calls Peter out of the water. Peter could be a picture of the church. I'm just saying there's like a model here which seems very provocative when you start looking at it. And then this whole chapter ends with healing. And it's just like, could that be like a flyby of like some kind of eschatological kind of model in a sense? Could it be some type of picture that is tucked away, hidden within Matthew chapter 14? I don't know. You can be the judge of that one. Moving on to Matthew chapter 15. Matthew chapter 15 is all about God's commandments compared to man's traditions. That's what Matthew chapter 15 is all about. God's commandments or man's traditions. And like what we talked about before, as time went on, the Mosaic Judaism, which was founded on the Mosaic law, they started building on that Judaism. They had the Pharisaical Judaism, then they had the Talmudic Judaism, then they had the Kabbalah. They started getting further and further away. And so here in Matthew 15, they were challenging Jesus, and they're like, why are you guys not following the traditions? And that had to have been the most ridiculous question ever. Be like, you want me to follow tradition? Like, what? Like, and so that's where they got to. They were trying to trap Jesus, and they just couldn't do it. Moving on to Matthew chapter 16. Matthew chapter 16, really, really interesting. Matthew chapter 16, it says in Matthew chapter 16, verse 13, Matthew chapter 16, verse 13, it says, when Jesus came into the region of Caesarea Philippi, he asked his disciples, saying, who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am? So they said, some say John the Baptist, some say Elijah, and others Jeremiah or one of the prophets. And he said to them, but who do you say that I am? Simon Peter answered and said, you are the Christ, the Son of the living God. This was Peter's time to shine. Like, this was where he finally did something right. Hey, thank you, Delaney. He did something amazing, and then Jesus basically tells him, he's like, flesh and blood has not revealed this to you, but my Father has, who is in heaven. And so what's so interesting is that Peter was on the top of the world at this point, because Jesus just gave him a massive pat on the back saying, good job, like, you crushed it, that's awesome. But then when you go to Matthew chapter 16, verse 23, you see Peter getting rebuked. He says, but he turned and said to Peter, get behind me, Satan, you are an offense to me. And that's because Peter said, you are not going to die, Jesus, you're not going to die. And that's crazy, because when Jesus rebuked Peter, you see the very polar opposites. You see Peter being lifted up and being like, hey, good job. And then in like 6 verses later, you see him getting rebuked, which is very instructive, because when you do something well for the Lord, you need to understand that you're in danger of some kind of fall right thereafter. You know, right when you have a massive victory and some kind of, like, let's say you're actually in warfare and you have a massive victory, right when you're like looking around, you're like, and you're like, okay, we did it. And you're looking around and you start letting your guard down, your defense is lower because you're looking around, you don't see any more threats. You're scanning. No more threats. You're like, oh. And then right when you're like rejoicing over what just happened and how awesome everything was, and you're like high-fiving and chest bumping and just like jumping up and down, it's at that point where you are under attack. And that is what just took place here. Simon Peter was on top of the world, and then in the very next verse, you see him getting rebuked. It's crazy. So it's very instructive. But in verse 23, it says, Jesus says, you are an offense to me. Now, the word offense there has the idea of a stumbling block, meaning he was a stumbling block for sin. Peter was trying to make Jesus sin. So he rebuked Peter because Peter was being a stumbling block, because he was telling Jesus that he was not going to die. And Jesus is like, you have no idea what you're talking about. I've already told you that I'm going to die, and I am going to, and you don't know what you're talking about. And so it's just fascinating to see Peter just like trying to be like, I'm a manly man, right? And so he's like, no, far be it from you, Lord. Really, really interesting here. We talked a lot about Peter. The church is not built on Peter, for those of you who missed it. Matthew chapter 16, verse 18. In Matthew 16, verse 18, it says, and I say to you that you are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades shall not prevail against it. This is not saying that the church was built on Peter. There's a wordplay going on here. Peter's name is Petros. Petros means a small pebble. Then when it says, and on this rock I will build my church, the rock there is a massive rock. So that rock is idiomatic of Jesus. So you have Petros, which is a small rock, and you have a massive rock, which is Petra. And so on this, you are Petros, you are a small pebble, and on this rock I will build my church. So the church was not built on Peter, and you can even read about that in Peter's own words if you go and read 1st and 2nd Peter. He'll tell you himself. He's like, I was not that rock. That rock is Jesus, this stone of offense. Anyways, moving on to Matthew chapter 17. In Matthew chapter 17, you have this wonderful chapter in Matthew chapter 17, which is where this you have the Mount of Transfiguration that takes place. So on the Mount of Transfiguration, Jesus takes up Peter, James, and John. Now, Peter, James, and John are the inner circle. So Jesus had a whole bunch of people following him. There's a whole bunch of followers of Jesus. But then when you narrowed it down a little, you had 70. There was like 70 people who followed that were disciples of Jesus. There's the 70. You can look that up. It's in the Gospel of Luke. There's the 70. And then when you got closer to Jesus, there was the 12. And then when you got closer to Jesus, there was a smaller circle called the 3, which was Peter, James, and John. So there was an inner circle within the circle, within the circle, within the circle. And so it's really remarkable because Peter, James, and John were privy to certain things that Jesus did, with Jairus' daughter, the healing of Jairus' daughter being one of them. You have the Mount of Transfiguration being another one. The Olivet Discourse, you have Peter, James, John, but then you also have Andrew, but the 3 were there. So Peter, James, and John, you have those guys being there. We'll read about that in Matthew 24 when we get there tomorrow. So you have this Peter, James, and John being a part of this inner circle here, and they go up onto this mountain and they see Jesus being transfigured before their face. It describes Jesus' face as being white, just shining like the sun. That is so crazy, because when you read the book of Revelation, like when you read the book of Daniel, you see when Jesus appears, you see him being described. And it's really cool because here you see him being transfigured before them. So they were walking and talking with Jesus in his normal, everyday body, like the body that you got going on right now, that type of body. And that's what they were used to. And then they go up on this mountain having no idea what to expect. And next thing you know, they're looking at him and they're seeing a glorified body. That's what they're seeing here in Matthew chapter 17, a glorified body. And not only that, but then they see Moses and Elijah. And I don't know how they knew it was Moses and Elijah, because they didn't know them personally. Maybe they had name tags on, but they see Moses and Elijah. And Moses and Elijah, their bodies are glorified. And it's crazy because what is the main difference between Moses and Elijah? Why Moses and Elijah? Well, maybe Moses because he represents the law. Maybe Elijah because he seems to represent the prophets. Elijah did a whole bunch of awesome miracles and signs and whatnot that nobody else ever did. So you have Moses represents the law, Elijah represents the prophets, but Moses died. Elijah did not die. So you have a very clear distinction between the two of them. Moses seems to represent the redeemed who died and then get a glorified body. Elijah seems to represent the redeemed who never die and get taken up. We shall not all die, but we shall all be changed in the moment, in the twinkling of an eye, right? We have this rapture that is yet future, this harpazo, which means to be snatched away by force. That's coming up, guys. I'm telling you what, like if you're paying attention to what's going on over in Israel right now, it is bananas. I mean, like Israel is God's timepiece. We understand where we are on the prophetic calendar, in a sense, by watching Israel. And so there are people, which blows my mind, that say that Israel is no longer needed and that the church replaced Israel. And I'm like, that is the most broken thing I have ever heard in my entire life. Have you not read? Do you not know? And it is crazy. So pay attention to Israel if you want to get a feel for where we are on God's timeline. But anyways, in Matthew chapter 17. Hello, Courtney. Yes, it is revving up 100%. When you dive into, I think it is next too, Sonny. In Matthew chapter 17, you have this transfiguration, which is unbelievable. Peter, James, and John, they see Jesus transfigured before their face. They had to have been literally shaking. Like like when you're shaking and you can't even control it, you're just like, I can't even, like, you're just like, what's going on right now? And they're trying to figure it out. But it seems to be that this is a miniature model. If you're going to build a house and you're like one of those rich people in the world, like how they like bring in this like whole like not to scale model, and they like take the roof off and they like show you where your room's going to be. Like, here's the bathroom, here's the other bathroom, here's another bathroom, there's a bathroom over here, there's a bathroom up here. Like if you go down here, there's a bathroom. Man, what is going on with all the bathrooms? I gotta poop. No, but what's going on is that in Matthew 17 is that this seems to represent a miniature model of the kingdom. the kingdom. And so what you see here is Jesus being king. You see the saints being represented there. You see Peter, James, and John, which represent Israel there. And you have all the players like on the board that are going to be a part of it. And it's just really cool to see it. So if you read Matthew chapter 17, if you look for it, you will be able to find it. And I think that's very cool. Help! Yeah. Moving on to Matthew chapter 18. At the end of Matthew 17, what you see is that Jesus tells them again, Matthew chapter 17, verse 22. In Matthew chapter 17, verse 22, it says, "Now while they were staying in Galilee, Jesus said to them, the Son of Man is about to be betrayed into the hands of men, and they will kill him, and the third day he will be raised up," and they were exceedingly sorrowful. So here they are told about how he would die again. So they're being told, they just don't understand. Then when we go to Matthew chapter 18, you have this whole conversation where these disciples go up to Jesus and they're like, Jesus, who is going to be the greatest in the kingdom of heaven? Now, they're probably thinking this because they just saw Peter, James, and John go up alone with Jesus, and they're like, how come I didn't get to go? Like, what does the guy got to do to get up to go on the Mount of Transfiguration? Am I right? Like, and so they're trying to be like, well, who's going to be the greatest? And so they're asking them this because some of them probably felt left out. They're trying to figure it out. You know, honestly, this might have been one of the questions I would have asked. Why? Because I'm selfish like everybody else in the world. And so these people were trying to figure it out. And so Jesus, he pulls up a child and he says, unless you be, hey, thank you, renewed soul. Thank you so much. He says, therefore, whoever humbles himself as this little child is the greatest in the kingdom of heaven. We talked about humility and the importance of it. Being humble, you need to literally clothe yourself in humility. It just needs to be all around you at all times. Why? Because when you lower yourself, you're putting everybody else before you. And that is the mind of a servant. Let this mind be in you, which was also in Christ Jesus. Jesus came to serve. That's what he came to do. And so it's so important because in John chapter 13, we see that he washes his disciples' feet right before the Last Supper. He's like, I'm going to show you the perfect model of what being a servant looks like. And I'm not just going to talk about it. I'm going to be about it. And this is what it looks like. And so that is what we need to basically become in our life. Matthew chapter 18, it continues more about that. We talked about the parable of the lost sheep. It's really cool to think about this, that there's rejoicing in heaven for when that person comes home, when that sheep is found. I mean, it is just so crazy. In Matthew chapter 18, verse 14, it says, even so, it is not the will of the Father who is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. You know, we talked about the age of accountability. There's a lot of people, myself included, who has lost, little ones in the past. And, the question is, like, what happens to little ones when they pass away? And so, we talked a lot about the age of accountability. There's a lot of stuff that is there. Some people have different opinions on that. I personally believe that they are with the Lord right now, and no greater place. Hey, thank you, Gina. Thank you so much. But we looked up multiple verses on that one. Romans chapter 7 was one of them. We looked up a couple verses in Samuel. We looked up Job chapter 1 and Job chapter 42. And so that was another verse right there that we just looked up in Matthew chapter 18, which seems to enforce it, because it says, even so, it is not the will of the Father who is in heaven that one of these little ones should perish. Seems to enforce the idea, which makes sense to me. Okay, moving on to Matthew chapter 19. Matthew chapter 19, we talked a lot about, my nickname is Kevin McAllister. Kevin! But in Matthew chapter 19, we talked a lot about divorce. Divorce is a big one. Divorce is a touchy subject, and it's not one that I enjoy talking about. I actually, going through the Bible verse by verse it's really challenging, because I have to discuss certain topics that I really want to try to avoid. The world is tough. It's very difficult. And when you put a man and a woman together and they say, I do, it is a covenant, and they become one flesh. And that's crazy, because the world, in our world today, in America 2024, you can get a divorce for any reason that you want to. Like, you can do whatever you want to. Like, what do you want to do? And so you're stuck between this interesting, like a rock and a hard place almost, because it's like the world tells you go ahead and do whatever you want to, but the Bible is like, hey, there's only certain ways to, or reasons that are justified before God, which is the way you need to think. What is right before Him in when it comes to divorce? And so that's what in Matthew chapter 19 they're talking about here. But back then, during their time, there was two main reasons of thinking when it came to divorce. In the first century mind, in a first century Jewish person's mind, there was two main reasons to get a divorce. One reason was for any reason you wanted to. If the man woke up, he was like, I'm going to divorce you for whatever I feel like it today. And that was one way of teaching back then. The second way that was taught back then was that it was only for sexual immorality. And so these Pharisees, they come up to Jesus and they try to trap him. And basically they're like, Moses commanded, then why did Moses command us to give us a certificate of divorce to the woman? And then Jesus answers it masterfully. And he's like, Moses didn't command you. He permitted it. He allowed it. He didn't command you. And so what you understand about who Jesus is that Jesus longs for restoration. That's what he wants. He wants restoration. He wants there to not be divorce. But he understands that we are broken people and that we mess up and that people get hurt. And then there's a whole bunch of like just terrible things that happen. And so he allows it to occur if it needs to be. And so it's interesting because Paul tells us to, if possible, live peaceably with all men, right? And so that's what, if it's possible. Sometimes it's not possible. But here, sexual immorality is one of those times where you are allowed to remarry. That's one. So adultery, if adultery takes place, that is one reason when a man or a woman can remarry. If you're a guy and your wife cheats on you, then you can divorce your wife and the man can go and remarry. But the woman, if the woman was the one who cheated, if she remarried, then she's living in adultery, and that's terrifying. Like, you don't want to be doing that. And the same is true on the other way around. If the man goes off and cheats and it becomes an adulterer, then the woman can divorce his wife, or the woman can divorce his or her husband, and then the woman can go and remarry again. That is okay before God. That is one reason. Another reason that you can remarry is if your spouse dies. If your spouse dies, you can go and remarry. That is okay and acceptable before the Lord. Another reason you can remarry is if you, let's say you are two lost people. The man and wife are lost. They don't know Jesus. And then they get married. Then let's say the woman comes to know the Lord. And then as the woman grows in her faith with Christ, the man gets so upset and like is off doing all the things that he wants to do, and then he just leaves. If he just leaves and never comes back, or he's just gone and like he's like, okay, like I don't know what's going on, that is also another reason to remarry, because that was an unbeliever that just left. And so it's interesting because in 1 Corinthians chapter 7, Paul addresses a lot of these issues, and it's very challenging. It's very dynamic. But what you have is Paul tells you, he's like, I wish you guys were more like me. He's like, it's better for people to not even get married sometimes, because if you don't even get married, then you have that much more time to focus on the Lord and to dedicate your time to the Lord and to just marinate in the Lord. And that is that's what he tells us. And so, there's a lot to be said about people who don't marry because they're able to focus, if that's what they're doing it for, obviously, if they're focusing on the Lord, then there's a lot to be said about that, and that's amazing. It's very dynamic. Like I said, the Bible also says, he who finds a wife finds a good thing. There's a lot of things. Hey, thank you, Summer. I appreciate it. Let's go ahead. I would love to have a dialogue and ask questions. Oh boy. Moving on to Matthew chapter 20. Matthew chapter 20, we have the parable of the laborers, about them living in working in the vineyard. And that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 19, verse 1 through 16. And so basically what he's saying here, because everybody was like, it was the parable where, the person who worked at 9 in the morning, he got a denarius. The person who worked at noon, he got a denarius. The person who worked at 3 o'clock, he got a denarius. The person who only worked 1 hour, he also got a denarius, or a day's wage, whatever you want to call it. And so the people were complaining because they're like, I've been working my entire day away and I got the same amount as the guy who just got here. And so basically the whole picture in Matthew chapter 20, the first 16 verses or so, is don't worry about what he's going to do with the things that he's going to do. He's like, those are his to give, and he's not doing anything wrong. And you need to not worry about what you're going to be given. You need to worry about what you're doing for the Lord. Let the rest work out. Like, it's like, you're not working. Are you working for the gifts? Are you working for the rewards? Is that what you're working for? No, that's not what you should be your motive. Your motive should be to bring glory to the Lord. And then, like, we shouldn't even think about these rewards. Like, we should just be so focused on what we should be doing for him, and then the rest just falls in place naturally. But he had to address it because these disciples were questioning about who's going to be greatest in the kingdom. Anyways, that's Matthew chapter 20. And so that brings us to Matthew chapter 21. And I actually wrote some things down that I wanted to discuss tonight. So you see my little paper here that I actually wrote. This is this on this side. This side is my dad. My dad types out his message when he does it on Sunday. My dad's a pastor, for those of you who don't know. This was what he just handed me. I don't even remember when he did this. This was a long time ago. It was just in my Bible, so I just wrote on this. So that's what I wrote down a lot of stuff, and it's in reference to Matthew chapter 21. So now we are going to pause, and we are going to slow down, and I am not going to talk as fast, and we are going to rehash Matthew 21 again, because I wanted to reiterate some things, and I also wanted to talk about things that we didn't talk about last night. I wasn't feeling the best last night, and I also wasn't firing on all cylinders. It happens, and that's why Jocko's here. Hello. Meemaw, hello. Hey, Sandy, thank you. Very cool, Meemaw. If you guys are new here, thank you so much. We're about to dive into Matthew 21. Thank you, Amanda. I appreciate it. Hi, Cliff. Hello. Hey, thanks, Dusty. All of these are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study. We've done Revelation. That was our very first book. We've done Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts, Romans, 1st and 2nd Corinthians, Galatians, Ephesians. Oh, we've done all the Pauline epistles. We've done Isaiah, and we've done Zechariah, and they are all uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you wanted to go check it out. Hey, thank you, Rise and Lion. If you wanted to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. I'm only trying to get to 1,000 subscribers over there, because then if I get bananaed here on TikTok again, then we would at least have a different avenue of approach as far as being able to go live. I don't ever want to go live over there. That's not my goal, but I would like for it to be an option if need be. Anyways, all of those studies are up there, and they are there for your to be used as a tool. As usual, I want you guys to know I am not perfect. I'm probably going to get a lot of things wrong. Yes, this is it right here. ITZ_sheesh. That's the YouTube if you just type that in with the underscore in there as well. But I'm not perfect. I am not a pastor. I am not a theologian. I am not a master's PhD. I'm not a doctorate, or I'm not any of those things. I'm just a guy with a book. And it's awesome, and I love having these Bible studies with you. With that being said, I want you guys to test everything, and test all things. Hold fast to what is good. That is what Paul tells us in 1 Thessalonians chapter 5. Paul also tells us in Acts chapter 17, verse 11, he says these, referring to the Bereans, he says these Bereans were more fair-minded than those in Thessalonica, and that they received the Scriptures with all readiness, and they searched the Scriptures daily to find out whether they were so. We need to be searching these scriptures. We need to be searching these scriptures. That's what we need to be doing. And so that is what's so cool about it. Every time you turn the page in your Bible, you're searching the scriptures. And I love that. Like, that is so neat. Like, we get to search the scriptures. Are you kidding me? How exciting. But the one thing I want you to understand more than anything is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. There is only one way, and that is by believing that Jesus is God's Son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins and for my sins, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. Paul tells us in Ephesians 2:8-9, he says, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. You need to understand it. It is not putting your faith in Jesus and It is, you are justified when you put your faith in Christ and Christ alone. Boom. That is when you are sealed with the Holy Spirit. It is unbelievable. It is a transformation. You become a new creation. You literally go from being a son of Adam, a son of man, to becoming a son of God. That is two different creatures. That's crazy. That is what takes place when you put your trust in Jesus. Unbelievable. So that is that's the primary issue. Everything else is secondary. So I just want you to understand, if you disagree with me on some of these things, which I know there's people in here who disagree with me on some of the things that I talk about here all the time, that's okay. Because I say it all the time. I can't wait to get to heaven to find out how bad I got it wrong. I can't wait to find out how much I've gotten wrong. Like, there's just things I know I've gotten it wrong, but I'm doing the best that I can, and I know you guys are trying to do the best that you can, and I'm just trying to give you a way to think, not the way. I need you to test it all. Test it all. See if it fits the whole counsel of God. That's what we're trying to do here. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into Matthew chapter 21. Okay, Car. Hello, Sherry. Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Okay, so just so you guys know, for those of you who were not here yesterday, we did Matthew chapter 21 yesterday. So we're not going to do a full-blown attack here. Sheesh. Hey, thank you, Yogi. The dude. Thank you, the dude. I'm the dude. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Hello, Sheesh. What's up, Sharia? All right. I was watching your study on Revelation. Very cool. It's funny. I kind of like think about some of the things I said in there during that study, and I'm like, so just know I have grown a lot since then. That was a whole year ago, and I have grown a lot as far as my understanding. So let's go ahead and dive into Matthew 21. For those of you who were not here yesterday, we covered Matthew 21 about 24 hours ago, and so now we're going to do it again in a very expedited fashion. But we're gonna do a little bit more of it's going to be a recap in a sense, but we're going to expound a little bit more. Let's do it again. Matthew 21. So in Matthew 21, what you have, thank you, Sharia. In Matthew 21, you have this triumphal entry. This is where Jesus shows up, and he shows up on a donkey. This whole thing is quite unbelievable. Everything that takes place in Matthew 21 is so fun to dive into. But I feel like we can do a little bit better job as far as understanding, and we can build up. Thank you, Ryzen Maying and Sharia. Thank you, guys. Man. So we're going to expound on Matthew 21, okay? So if you were here for it yesterday, you're going to get more. If you weren't here for it yesterday, then you might not get it all. So I'll upload all of these to YouTube, like I said. But I wrote down, like I said, all of these notes. This is what I'm basically going to be looking at, because this is what I added to it. If you want to see my little handwriting, I don't know if you can see it. Little itty bitty handwriting, very tiny, all capital letters. Because if I don't use capital letters, then I won't be able to read my own writing. So that's why I write in all capital letters. Can anybody relate? Okay. Anyways, Matthew 21. So in Matthew 21, what you see in just a flyby of the first couple verses is Jesus sends his two disciples to go and get a donkey and a colt. Right? So they go and get a donkey and a colt. We talked about the donkey. We spent a lot of time talking about the donkey. We spent like 40 minutes talking about a donkey and how awesome the donkey is because of all the implications that take place with it. Thank you, Sharia. But what is neat about this is that he sends the donkey. He sends them to go get the donkey. Thank you, Sherry. They go get the donkey. They bring the donkey back. Jesus then rides the donkey into Jerusalem. And so that is what you need to understand as far as the backstory. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, Sharia and Sherry. Thank you, guys. So let's talk about this triumphal entry. The triumphal entry has been described as the time when Jesus formally presented himself as the King of Israel, or as the final offer as the king. So some people believe that this was when Jesus was formally presenting himself as the king. And some people believe that it was the final presentation of himself as the king. Now, this is not, in my opinion, I don't think that either one of those are true. I don't think this is when he's formally presenting himself, and I don't think this is the final time he presented himself. I think it already happened. I think that already took place in the beginning, in all the way up, leading up to Matthew chapter 12. I think that's what the whole thing was all about. Go out and preach the kingdom of the gospel. Like he gave the power to his disciples. They go all over the place. They're healing all these people, doing all these things. Everybody heard the message, and they only went to the Jewish people. And then in Matthew 12, everything changed. So Jesus had already been rejected, right? So he already presented himself, and they rejected him. And that's what we just talked about in Matthew chapter 12. So when Jesus showed up on the donkey, the only words that he spoke in Luke 19 is, let's go to Luke 19 real fast. Luke chapter 19. Man, I got a paper I'm going to have to deal with. I don't know. What do I do with my hands? Luke 19. Go to Luke chapter 19. And in Luke chapter 19, Jesus shows up. Everybody's crying out, Hosanna, Hosanna, blessed is the King who comes in the name of the Lord. And what's interesting is that the only words that Jesus says in verse 41, Luke chapter 19, verse 41, it says this, now as he drew near, he saw the city and wept over it, saying, so here are the words that Jesus actually says. He says, if you had known, even you, especially in this your day, the things that make for your peace, but now they are hidden from your eyes. For days will come upon you when your enemies will build an embankment around you, surround you, and close you in on every side, and level you and your children within you to the ground. And they will not leave in you one stone upon another, because you did not know the time of your visitation. Okay, so we're going to expound on some of the things that we talked about yesterday. But what you need to understand here is that when Jesus showed up on the donkey, the only words that he spoke were words of judgment. He only spoke words of judgment, even though they yelled out Hosanna. So get the picture. You have this whole scene here where everybody, like there's multitudes of people like crying out, Hosanna, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. That's what they're crying out. But then the only words, so Jesus hears this. He hears this. The Pharisees are like, Rabbi, tell your disciples to shut up. And Jesus says to them, he's like, I say to you, even if they did not shout this out, if the very stones would cry out. So then Jesus, as he goes down towards Jerusalem, he weeps over the city, and the only words that he says are in words of judgment, even though they yelled out Hosanna. Now that's important to understand. So what's the whole point of Jesus going into town on a donkey? So when Jesus was going into town on a donkey, the purpose of this event was that of inspection of the Passover lamb. Because we talked about this last night, but it was all about the inspection of the Passover lamb, because it was the 10th of Nisan, which the 10th of Nisan was when the Jews began to inspect their own Passover lamb, because that was what was required of the Jewish people. Let's go read about it. Exodus chapter 12. Let's go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 3. Go to Exodus chapter 12, verse 3. In Exodus chapter 12, verse 3, it says this, speak to all the congregation of Israel, saying, on the 10th of this month, every man shall take for himself a lamb, according to the house of his father, a lamb for a household. And if the household is too small for the lamb, let him and his neighbor next to his house take it according to the number of the persons. According to each man's need, you shall make your count for the lamb. Your lamb shall be without blemish, a male of the first year. You may take it from the sheep or from the goats. Now you shall keep it until the 14th day of the same month. Then the whole assembly of the congregation of Israel shall kill it at twilight. So you have this whole situation to where when Jesus was riding into town on a donkey, this was on the 10th of Nisan. This was days before the Passover. And so on the 10th of Nisan, the people, the normal Jewish people, they were preparing for Passover. Remember, during this time, in Deuteronomy 16:16, all the Jewish people that were in all the surrounding areas had to come to Jerusalem. And so there is this mass amount of people. There's like 1.5 million Jewish people in Jerusalem at this time. That's crazy. That's a ton of people. They were required by law to be in Jerusalem for the Passover. And so all these people from all over the place, outside of Jerusalem, all throughout Judea, all travelers from all over the place trickled into Jerusalem for the Passover. Now, why that's so remarkable is because the people were getting ready for Passover. People were getting their own Passover lambs. And on the 10th of Nisan, they were required to thoroughly inspect this lamb. They were to inspect it on the 10th, on the 11th, on the 12th, on the 13th, on the 14th. That is what we just read about in Exodus chapter 12, verse 3 through 6. That is what it tells you. It's like you are to get it on the 10th and inspect it all the way to the 14th. And so Jesus, when he rides into town on a donkey, he is riding into town to be inspected. So what they would do is they would set aside the lamb, and then from the 10th to the 14th, they would test and inspect the lamb for any blemish or imperfections. So just as they did this for their Passover lamb, the same thing would be done for Jesus. Hey, thank you, Tamara. Very, very interesting. So when Jesus rode into town, the people cried out, Hosanna, right? They cried out, Hosanna. They cut palm branches down on the road. They did all these things. They did this because they thought it was the fulfillment of the Feast of Tabernacles, which speaks of the millennial kingdom. And so it's really interesting because we've all heard of Palm Sunday, right? Like Palm Sunday, Palm Sunday, Palm Sunday. That's like what the church has really adopted as tradition. But there's a lot more to it that you need to really understand as far as really grasping the concept of what's going on with the palms. Thank you, Ryzen Lion. So these people, they cut down these palm branches because what they were doing was they thought that Jesus was fulfilling the Feast of Tabernacles. Now, this is very interesting because you need to make the connection here. The Feast of Tabernacles is something completely different than the Feast of Passover. Okay, so you have two feasts here. You have the Feast of Tabernacles and you have the Feast of Passover. So there are two very separate things. The people who are crying out, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, they thought he was here to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles, which was all about the millennial kingdom. They thought that the kingdom was about to be ushered in, but it wasn't. He was already rejected. So that boat has sailed. So when he rode in, he wasn't there to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. He was there to fulfill the Passover. The multitudes were mistaken on the purpose of Jesus's arrival. And they made the same mistake that Peter did on the Mount of Transfiguration. Do you remember? Let's go back to Matthew chapter 17. Go to Matthew chapter 17. So in Matthew chapter 17, verse 4. Matthew chapter 17, verse 4. Go to Matthew chapter 17, verse 4. In Matthew chapter 17, verse 4, this is during the Mount of Transfiguration. Matthew chapter 17, verse 4, it says this. So after Peter and James and John, they go up in the mountain. They see Jesus transfigured before them. They see Moses and Elijah. And Matthew chapter 17, verse 4, it says this. Then Peter answered and said to Jesus, Lord, it is good for us to be here. If you wish, let us make here 3 tabernacles, one for you, one for Moses, and one for Elijah. Now, what he was saying, what many people believe is that since we're told specifically that Peter referenced the tabernacles, many people believe that this actually took place on the Feast of Tabernacles. You can be your own judge on that. But what Peter was thinking about here in Matthew chapter 17, verse 4, is that Peter probably thought that the kingdom was literally being ushered in. Because think about it. Peter sees Jesus. He's in his glorified form. He sees Moses. Moses is in his glorified form. He sees Elijah. He's in his glorified form. He's like, oh my goodness, this is it. Oh. And so you can just imagine, right? Like he's seeing this. Like they're thinking that this kingdom is being ushered in. So he's offering to build these tabernacles or the booths, which is a picture of the kingdom. Peter thought that the kingdom was coming in here. And so the multitudes back in Luke chapter 19 made the same mistake that Peter did in Matthew 17. The multitudes here are crying out, Hosanna, blessed is the King who comes in the name of the Lord. They all thought that Jesus was quite literally bringing in the kingdom. They thought he was going to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. Jesus was not here to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. He was here to fulfill the Passover. So the multitudes were mistaken on the purpose, just like how Peter was. And it wasn't until after Jesus rose again that the disciples understood, as John tells us. And let's go to John chapter 12, verse 16. John chapter 12, verse 16. Because they didn't understand until after the resurrection. John chapter 12, verse 16. In John chapter 12, verse 16, in John chapter 12, verse 16, it says this: his disciples did not understand these things at first, but when Jesus was glorified, then they remembered these things were written about him, and that they had done these things to him. So they understood a lot more after he rose from the dead, and that's very important to understand. But let's go to Leviticus chapter 23. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40. Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40. In Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40, it says this: and you shall take for yourselves on the first day the fruit of beautiful trees, branches of palm trees, the boughs of leafy trees, and willow of the brook, and you shall rejoice before the Lord your God for 7 days. What we just read there in Leviticus chapter 23, verse 40, is the instructions that were given during the Feast of Tabernacles. From Leviticus chapter 23, verse 33 through 44, it's all about the instructions for the Feast of Tabernacles. The Feast of Tabernacles is all directed towards the millennial kingdom. So it's all directed towards the millennial kingdom. And so in Leviticus 23, verse 40, where you see the palm trees being introduced, you only see palm trees being introduced in the Feast of Tabernacles. You don't see the palm trees being introduced in the Feast of Passover. The Passover, it's not brought up anywhere in the Feast of Passover. It's brought up in the Feast of Tabernacles. And so that's very important to understand. So in Leviticus 23, verse 40, Moses commanded the use of palm branches for the Feast of Tabernacles, not for the Passover. But history, if we dive into what history tells us that the Jews have utilized palm branches in the past for the acceptance of a Jewish military leader. So there's been two guys in the past who have been a Jewish man who is a military leader who is victorious in battle, and in each instance they were welcomed in by people cutting down these branches, these palm trees, and putting them down on the road because of that Jewish military leader. And so that's very instructive, because this took place when the Jewish military leader overthrew Gentile oppressors. So there are two examples of this, and you can find these in the book of Maccabees. One is in 2 Maccabees, chapter 10, verse 7, and that's talking about Judah Maccabee. So in Judah Maccabee, he overthrew this Gentile oppressor, and then when he rode back into town, he was welcomed in by the people with palm branches. Another example is in the first book of the Maccabees, when this guy named Simon Maccabee did the exact same thing. This is all documented in the Maccabees, which is fascinating, because in both of these cases, Israel regained their sovereignty by overthrowing the Gentile oppressors. So what does this mean? So when Jesus showed up on this donkey, the people thought he was there to overthrow the Roman government, because that is what their history told them. They understood their history because of what Judah Maccabee and Simon Maccabee, they were Jewish military leaders who overthrow the Gentile oppressors. Who were the people being oppressed by in the book of Matthew, Mark, and Luke, and John? Who is the Gentile rulers over them? The Gentile rulers over them was the Romans. The Romans were the Gentiles who were ruling over them. So when Jesus shows up on a donkey and he starts going in there, they thought that was when Jesus was going to bring in the kingdom and to basically alleviate all of these people from their Gentile oppressors, which is fascinating. But they thought wrong. They thought Jesus was going to usher in the millennial kingdom, which, if he did, it would have fulfilled the Feast of Tabernacles. But Jesus wasn't there to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. He was there to fulfill the Feast of the Passover. The Passover is a spring feast. The Tabernacles is a fall feast. Those feasts haven't been fulfilled yet. The spring feasts have. Very important to understand. But he would have fulfilled the Feast of Tabernacles if he was there to do it. But he was there to fulfill the Feast of Passover. That is, I think that's really important to understand. But the fact that Jesus did not show up to establish his kingdom is clear because of the words of judgment he said over Jerusalem. If you go back to Luke chapter 19, because when Jesus shows up in Jerusalem, he doesn't speak words of comfort. That's not like, if you're here to bring in your kingdom, you're speaking words of comfort. Jesus was not here to usher in the kingdom. And it's very clear because what he says in Luke 19, verse 41, and it says, now as he drew near, he saw the city and he wept over it, saying, if you had known, even you, especially in this your day, the things that make for your peace. Thank you, Nanny. But now they are hidden from your eyes. That is crazy. That is crazy. So it is very clear that he was speaking words of judgment. The point of the multitudes crying out Hosanna, because in Matthew 21 and Luke 19 they cry out Hosanna, Hosanna, which was they were crying out. That's a messianic psalm of Psalm 118 verse 25 and 26. Psalm 118 verse 25 and 26. They were crying out Hosanna. So the point of the multitudes for crying out Hosanna, even though they were mistaken in what was actually taking place, the point of them crying out Hosanna was so that there was a testament of Jesus being here the first time. It was a testament to the world that the Messiah indeed had come. Them crying Hosanna is a fulfillment of the messianic psalm of Psalm. Let's go to Psalm 118, and we'll look at it real fast. Psalm 118, verse 25. So in Psalm 118, verse 25, Psalm 118, verse 25, this is a messianic psalm. Psalm 118, verse 25, it says, save now, I pray, O Lord. O Lord, I pray, send now prosperity. So the word save now is Hebrew, but in Greek, it's Hosanna. It's a plea for salvation. Please deliver us. That is what they were crying out. Please deliver us. And so in Psalm 118, verse 26, this is where they say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. So they're crying all of those things out, but it was under the wrong circumstances. And I think that's important to really make those connections. So Jesus rides in on a donkey. The people are crying out, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. They thought he was there to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles, but he wasn't. He was there. They already rejected him. They already rejected him. So when Jesus showed up in Jerusalem on the donkey, when he showed up, he wept because they didn't know the time of their visitation. This takes us back to the unpardonable sin, which was documented back in Matthew chapter 12. Because in Matthew chapter 12, if you want to go back to Matthew chapter 12 real fast, in Matthew chapter 12, in Matthew chapter 12, we learn in verse 24, Matthew chapter 12, verse 24 through 30, Matthew chapter 12, verse 24 through 30, what you see is that the Pharisees rejected Jesus as their Messiah. They rejected him. This was a public rejection. They accused Jesus of being demonic. They attributed all of his miracles and signs and wonders, all the things that he did, as being satanic. And so imagine the ripple effect that had throughout the world, throughout their culture. Be like, oh, the Pharisees rejected Jesus. Oh, they said, what about Jesus? Oh, he's demonic. Oh, I felt like there was something off about that guy. You know, like they're just like all, and then people play off of that because they're following the leader. We're following the leader. Like that's what they were doing. So the people were confused as far as who Jesus was because their leaders rejected Jesus. And so when they rejected Jesus, in Matthew chapter 12, we're introduced to this unpardonable sin. It wasn't until Matthew chapter 21 where Jesus rides into town on a donkey, and then what we read about in Luke 19, he weeps over Jerusalem, and this unpardonable sin was that rejection. That's why you see, when you see this generation, this generation, this generation, this generation, like if I say, hey, our generation, you're going to be like, oh, the people who are alive right now. And that's what it was applicable to. So that generation had somewhat of an unpardonable, not somewhat, had an unpardonable sin, because Jesus prophesied over their town, over Jerusalem, over the city, and he said that you are going to be absolutely destroyed. That was the unpardonable sin, that they could not get away from it. That was the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD. And so 38 years later, after Jesus died, he rose again, he ascended up into heaven. 38 years later, then Jerusalem got surrounded on every side and was absolutely destroyed. It is very interesting to dive into that kind of stuff and see how it all fits together. So, I think that is very instructive, I suppose. At least I think that's my take on it. I think it's, you guys can test it as per usual, test it all. But that is Matthew chapter 21. The highlights that we didn't talk about before. We talked a lot about the other issues. Matthew chapter 21. We talked about, we were all up in Zechariah chapter 9:9. We don't need to get too deep into it because we already talked about it. All the other things that we talked about last night about Matthew 21 are still in play, but this just expounds. So I don't know if that helps in any kind of capacity. If anybody was here yesterday and they were paying attention, if they heard what I said yesterday and today, very, very deep stuff. It's very, very heavy, and there's a lot of different angles here, but it makes sense to me. And so that is why I'm telling you guys, so you guys can take it or tell me what you think. Okay, so that is Matthew chapter 21. That is Matthew chapter 21. We already covered the rest of Matthew chapter 21. I just wanted, that's more, we're still in the recap portion. That's Matthew 21 a little bit. Going to Matthew 21 verse 18, we talked about the fig tree. Matthew chapter 21 verse 18 is where we talked about the fig tree. The fig tree is it's like almost like a staple inside the Bible. This fig tree. What is the fig tree about? Well, the fig tree seems to represent the nation of Israel. And so what you see in Matthew chapter 18, Matthew chapter 21 verse 18, Matthew 21 verse 18 through 22, what you see is this not a parable, but this actual event of this fig tree. And so what you see is Jesus goes up to this fig tree, and what he sees is that there are leaves on the fig tree. Now, what you need to understand about the fig trees is that the fig trees would produce figs first, and then after the figs were there, then the leaves would come. It was always the figs would be on the tree first, and then the leaves. It was never the leaves and then the figs. It was always the figs and then the leaves. So Jesus goes up to a fig tree that only had leaves. And so he uses this as an illustration in a sense, because the fig tree represents Israel. What he's saying about Israel is that Israel has the leaves, which is representative of the fruit being there, but there is no fruit. He's like, you say you have faith because you have your whole religion thing and you guys wear your little things. He's like, you guys say you have, you believe, and you put your faith in God and you say all these things, but that's just an outward display. He's like, you have no fruit. There is no substance there. And so that's what's going on in Matthew chapter 21, verse 18, because it tells us specifically that there were the leaves, but there was no fruit. He was illustrating to you and I that Israel at this time had the outward display of religion, but inside they were it was nothing but bones. It was like whitewashed tombs, essentially, which is what we're going to talk about tonight as well. So that's what Matthew chapter 21, verse 18 is talking about. Matthew chapter 21, verse 33, we dive into the parable of the landowner. This was a good one, too, because we talked a lot about this. You have the parable of the landowner. It's about the owner. This one is important to understand because the Jewish culture would be able to understand about, like, whenever you talk to a Jew, if you would talk to a Jew at this time and you talked about a vineyard, the Jewish people understood that the vineyard was about them. Because in Isaiah chapter 5, it's very clear that God himself says, I planted a vineyard, I dug out all the rocks, I put up a fence, I watered it, I planted everything, I did everything that I could. And then when the fruit came, it was wild grapes, which is worthless. You can't do anything with wild grapes. And so the Jewish people understand that the vineyard is representative of Israel. But here in Matthew 21, verse 33, this parable was about the owner. So how do you view it from the owner's point of view? And so that's what he's trying to get you to understand. This is all about the owner, who is the owner? The owner here represents the Father. The vine in this parable represents Jesus. The vine dressers, which are the ones who took the servants and the son and killed them, that represents Israel. And then the people who received the vineyard afterwards was the new nations, which is representative of you and I. So that was a fun chapter. Matthew chapter 21 was a fun chapter. Moving on to Matthew chapter 22, we talked about the parable of the kingdom, the king inviting people to his wedding. His son was getting married, and he invites this certain group of people to his son's wedding. And he sends his servants out there, and he's like, "Go invite these people to the wedding. My son is getting married." And so tell them that, like, I got the table set, like I killed all the fatted calf, I got all the animals, like everything at the table, the placemat, like everything is in its place. Go invite the people. And so the servants go out there. And so the people who receive the invitations, they receive it, they look at it, they go back to work. Some people just keep going back to what they were doing. And then other people took the servants and then they killed them. And so you have this different reaction, but they were not willing. That's why in John chapter 1, John tells us that he came into his own, and his own did not receive them. And so that is a picture of the Jewish people. The Jewish people knew who Jesus was, and they rejected him. And so that is what this parable is about. And so then afterward, what you read in Matthew chapter 22, verse 7, is that the king was furious, and he sent out his armies and destroyed those murderers and burned up their city, which could be possibly foreshadowing of the burning of the city of 70 AD, what took place in 70 AD. But then, in verse 9, Matthew chapter 22, verse 9, it says, "Therefore go into the highways, and as many as you find, invite to the wedding." This is a worldwide call. This is a worldwide invitation. He says, go into the highways, and as many as you find, invite to the wedding. So those servants went out into the highways and gathered together all whom they found, both bad and good. And the wedding hall was filled with guests. So here you have this wedding hall that is filled with guests, filled with good people and filled with bad people. They each received an invitation. That's what you need to understand. Where it says good and bad, you have a group of people who are good and bad. So why are the bad people there? What's going on with that? Well, the bad people get an invitation too. That's what's interesting about what Jesus did for the entire world. What did he do? For God so loved the world. It doesn't say for God so loved the Jews. For God so loved the world, that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And that's John 3:16. But you need to understand here that this wedding hall was filled with bad people and good people. Now, when you understand that the culture back then was the person who was putting on the wedding, the host provided each guest with a garment. The host would give a garment. So if you came to my wedding, I would give you this, and you'd look like a bumblebee. No, I wouldn't do that. I don't even know what I would give. No, I'm totally kidding. But you understand, the host would provide people with their garments. And so they would be like, this is what you're going to wear to the wedding. And so the host would know who was there based in that you were allowed to be there because you had the proper garments on. And so what you see in Matthew chapter 22, verse 11, Matthew chapter 22, verse 11 says, "But when the king came in to see the guests, he saw a man there who did not have on a wedding garment. So he said to him, 'Friend, how did you come in here without a wedding garment?' And he was speechless." You know what's interesting? This is a parable, obviously, but it paints a really terrifying picture, because this man, he was in the wedding hall. He was in the hall, which is outside of where the wedding actually takes place, which is where all the bad people and good people were. And so you have this separation of the people who are wearing the proper clothing, which was his righteousness, not our righteousness. Our righteousness is as filthy rags, as Isaiah 64 verse 6 tells us. Our righteousness, the good things that I do, are disgusting to God's point of view. They're gross. It's disgusting. So when we are justified, he imputes his righteousness into me. And so now that is the clothed. We are clothed with that. And so there's a guy who shows up here who didn't have on the proper wedding garment. And so what we see happen to this man is shocking. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 13, it says, "Then the king said to the servants, 'Bind him hand and foot, take him away and cast him into outer darkness. There will be weeping and gnashing of teeth.'" Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And then it goes on to say, "Many are called, but few are chosen." Remarkable. Remarkable. Okay, so that is Matthew chapter 22. Then throughout the rest of the chapter in Matthew chapter 22, just to do a quick flyby in verse 15 through 22, Matthew chapter 22, verse 15 through 22, is you see this division. You see two different diverse groups. You see the Pharisees and you see the Herodians. They were both Jewish people. The Pharisees were Jewish. The Herodians were Jewish. The Pharisees were very legalistic. The Herodians were very pro-Roman government. They were Jewish people who supported the Roman government. And so the topic in these verses here, verse 15 through 22, is about tax. And so you have the Herodians who were very for the Roman government, and they're like, yeah, keep on taxing us. We love giving money away. And then the Pharisees were like, we hate the tax. And so the Herodians go up to Jesus and they're like, hey, who should we give? What do you think about taxing? They're trying to trip him up. Hey, thank you, Christina. And so what you see here is these people form a coalition. You see of the Pharisees who have nothing to do with the Herodians. They come together and they join forces to go against Jesus. And they're putting together the most brilliant minds. They're trying to trap Jesus. And they go up to him and they're like, hey, what do you think about taxing? Because no matter what Jesus would say, Jesus would be wrong no matter what he said. That's basically what they thought. Because if they said, hey, I support the tax, he would be in trouble with the Jewish people. If he says he opposed the tax, he would be in trouble with the Roman government. So this was a lose-lose situation. What's up, Eli? How you doing? Hello, Sarah. And so in Matthew chapter 22, Jesus says, show me the tax money. So they brought him a denarius. And then in verse 20, it says, and he said to them, whose image and inscription is this? And they said to him, Caesar's. And he said to them, render therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's. What's interesting about here is that you have a physical coin with the image of a Gentile. And then you and I, what are you and I made in the image of? We are made in the image of God. So if we're made in the image of God, then we belong to God. Just like whatever is made in the image of Caesar belongs to Caesar. And so you have this distinction that he draws. He's like, hey, whatever worldly stuff, yeah, give the worldly stuff to him. Whatever belongs to God, give it to him. And so, we understand that this world is going away. It's going to dissolve in a fervent heat. The things that we hold on to, which is remarkable, are not worth it. Hey, thank you, Sherry. You have a whole bunch of stuff that we like holding on to. It's just like, can you imagine like the things that we really care about? I want you to pretend that the things that you care about are in a very miniature kind of size. Let's say you really love cars, and because cars is a big thing. Let's say you love cars and you just like that's all you care about. And let's say you love houses and that's all you care about. And let's say you love money and that's all you care about. And let's say all those things. And let's minimize them and make it to where you can hold those things. Now I want to literally give you all those things, and now imagine that you're holding all the things that you hold that you love so much, and they're right there in your hand, and you're like, yeah, these are mine. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those and I'm going to burn them and they're going to dissolve, because that's exactly what's going to happen. And so would you rather care about those temporary things, or would you rather care about the eternal things? Your mind needs to learn how to think, but you don't know how to learn how to think unless you know what the Bible says. The Bible is how you learn how to think. This is the only thing that is able to give you a true north, like that, to direct your path. Your word is a lamp unto my feet and a light unto my path. That is it. If you don't know his word, then you don't have a lamp unto your feet, which means you're falling down into every pothole that is in front of you. You're running into every tree, every door, every corner. You're stepping on every Lego. It's terrible. And so that is what we need to, we really need to, we need to know what the Bible says. Okay. Let's go ahead and get on into Matthew chapter 22, verse 36. Moving on to Matthew chapter 22, verse 23. So in this chapter, you've had the Pharisees and the Herodians go head to head with Jesus. They failed miserably. Then in verse 23, the Sadducees they're going to take their turn. Now we understand from verse 23, Matthew 22, verse 23, it says the Sadducees, who say there is no resurrection. These Sadducees, they didn't believe in the supernatural. They're like, hey, we believe the words, but we don't take it literally. There is no supernatural. We think this is all allegory. And so that is who these people are. They're like, this is not real. And so they go up to Jesus. They give him this most bizarre hypothetical situation ever. And they're like, hey, this dude had a wife. He died. Then his brother took his wife, and then he died. And then his brother took the same wife. Then he died. This happened 7 times. Well, if that happened 7 times, the first thing you should ask is, like, what is that lady putting in the food? Because she be unaliving people. It's just like, what's she doing? Like, run away from that woman. But this is a hypothetical situation, and they're just trying to trap Jesus the best that they can. And so what you see here is they say in verse 28, Matthew chapter 22, verse 28, they say, therefore, in the resurrection, whose wife of the 7 will she be? For they all had her. Now, what's crazy about this is that they were asking him a situation, a scenario, a hypothetical scenario that they didn't even believe in themselves. That's how hard they were trying to trap him, because they're saying, therefore, in the resurrection, which they thought was ridiculous. And Jesus is like, no, there is a resurrection. And so this is what he says in verse 29. He says, Jesus answered and said to them, you are mistaken, not knowing the scriptures, nor the power of God. Oh man, that is terrifying. Goes back to that time. Every time Jesus says time and time again this phrase, which should really shake you to your core. He said this phrase to the Pharisees and Sadducees many, many times. He says, have you not read? Do you not know? That's the phrase time and time again. Have you not read? Do you not know? That's terrifying. What's your excuse? You have the whole council right in front of you. You have technology, you have the computer. You can literally type in one word, hit enter, and all of those words all throughout the Bible will auto-populate, and you can search the scriptures so fluently. It's unbelievable, the technology that we have to be able to learn, and we just don't utilize it. We don't do it. We're not doing it. So what's your excuse? Their excuse is that they might have had a hard time like getting a hold of the scriptures, or maybe they couldn't read very well. America has been really, really blessed. I think our standard compared to their standard is so much higher because of how much we have so much light. We're looking back into time and we're able to see what everybody did. We have the ability of, or the advantage of looking back into time and seeing the hindsight. We have hindsight. That's the word I was looking for. We have hindsight, but are we using it? So when we dive into verse 30, it says, for in the resurrection they neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels of God in heaven. This whole passage is not about talking. In heaven, people don't die. So in heaven, there is no need for procreation. This verse does not say that angels are sexless. It says that they don't procreate. They do not marry. So when we get to heaven, we will be like the angels who do not marry, which means we're not going to be angels. We are going to be like angels And we are like angels in the fact that they do not marry. When we get to heaven, we're not going to be married to our spouse that we're currently married to right now. Thank heavens. I'm totally kidding. Sorry, Sammy. But moving on, totally kidding. But in verse 31, it says, but concerning the resurrection of the dead, have you not read? That's crazy. That is wild. But concerning the resurrection of the dead, have you not read? You see, those are just 4 words there. Have you not read? Those are 4 words that just cut right through you. Why? Because here's why. This is the God of the universe asking people like you and I, why don't you know the answer to that? Why don't you know? I told you guys. I sent you prophets. I told you guys. I wrote it down. You can read about it. It says it right here. Have you not read? Have you not read? Oh, ooh. But have you not read what was spoken to you by God, saying, I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob? God is not the God of the dead, but of the living. What's so fascinating about this entire thing is to see what he's actually doing here. He says, I am the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now, what's interesting about them is that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob are dead. They're dead, right? And so he's talking to the people about the resurrection. And he's like, I'm not the God of the dead. And then he brings up 3 people who are dead. But are they dead? And so now he's getting them to think. He's like, I'm the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And then he associates the 3 dead people by saying, I am the God of the living. So he's saying Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, they're not dead. And that's pretty cool. And that's what's so neat about it, because when you are a Christian, when you die, you would be referred to as sleeping. That's why when he goes and he raises that little girl from the dead, he looks around and he's like, why are you weeping? She's not dead. She is sleeping. Why? Because that's how Jesus sees it. That's his perspective. We need to learn how to think not like how we think. We need to think how he thinks. Just sleeping. It's a moment. It's not even. It is quite literally remarkable. They're sleeping. How peaceful is that? I will be your rest. Very, very cool. When you get into Matthew chapter 22, verse 36, it says, Teacher, which is the great commandment in the law? And Jesus said to him, You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, and with all your mind. This is the first and great commandment, and the second is like it. You shall love your neighbor as yourself. What's so fascinating about verse 37 and in verse 39 is the thing that connects the two. The thing that connects verse 37 and verse 39 is love. Love. There are 2 different words for love in Greek. There's agapeo, or agape, and there's phileo. Agapeo is a deep love. Phileo is a brotherly love. That's why at the end of the Gospel of John, after Jesus is, cooking up breakfast, had to be amazing. And he's talking to Peter, and he's like, Peter, do you love me? And he says, Peter, do you agape me? And then Peter says, Lord, I phileo you. And so then Jesus is like, Peter, do you agape me? He's like, Lord, you know I phileo you, as I'm fond of you. And then the 3rd time, Jesus doesn't say, Peter, do you agape me? He says, Peter, do you phileo me? And he says, yes, Lord, I phileo you. I am fond of you. And Jesus is like, I'm going to meet you where you're at, Peter. He's like, I'll meet you where you're at. And so he builds Peter up. He brings Peter back into the fold. Why? Because Peter was outside looking on in, and he's just like, why? Because Peter rejected Jesus 3 times. He denied him 3 times. I do not know that man. And so Peter had this like head between like going down like this, tail between his legs type of mentality. And so Jesus is like, come on, man. And so he's like, it's okay. And it's just so cool. But here the word love is agapeo. And so it says, you shall agapeo the Lord your God with all your heart, with all your soul, with all your mind. And you shall love your neighbor. You shall agape your neighbor as yourself. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Very important to understand. But then at the end of the chapter, he says in verse 41 to the end of the chapter, basically Jesus turns the tables and he says, let me ask you a question now, because he just got done being interrogated and he's like, I just answered everything flawlessly. Mind you, this is the testing phase. Remember what we were talking about earlier, just like an hour ago? In Matthew 21, when Jesus rode into town on a donkey, that was during that was at the 10th of Nisan, which was when the Passover lamb was to be inspected. It was to be inspected to make sure that there was no spot or blemish. So they were testing their Passover lambs. Here in Matthew 22, Jesus is being tested, is being inspected for any spot or blemish. They are throwing everything they got at him, and he is turning out to be flawless. So here he turns the tables and he says in verse 41, he says, while the Pharisees were gathered together, Jesus asked them, saying, what do you think about the Christ? Whose son is he? They said to him, the son of David. He said to them, how then does David in the Spirit call him Lord? The question on the table is, if the Messiah is the son of David, then why does the father, David, why does David call the son Lord? That never works. That is never the way. It's always the other way around. The son always called the father Lord, because the son is the son is subordinate to the king. But here he's trying to make them think, and he's like, yeah, you got to. The only thing that explains this is for there to be is for him, the son of David, to be fully God and fully man. That's the only way. That's the only way that verse makes sense, and he's trying to get him he's trying to walk him to it. Okay, so that is the full recap. That is Matthew chapter 1 through 22. That is just a recap. We spent a little bit more time in chapter 21 and in chapter 22. That is all in way of review. That is just a warm-up. That is just a flyby, touching on what we've already touched on. And so now we will actually dive into what we're covering tonight, which is going to be Matthew chapter 23. Matthew chapter 23, and we will get on into that. But if you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We are going through the Bible book by book, verse by verse. We just so happen to be in the book of Matthew, and so that's the book that we are tackling tonight. Really cool book, man. Tough. It is difficult. Very, very, so many different angles. But I want you guys to understand the primary thing, and that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. That is the primary thing. If you disagree with me on some of these secondary issues, that's okay. And I think it'll be fun to find out how many things we got wrong when we get to heaven. Because if you think you got it figured out, then you might need to rethink that. But the primary thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. And that there's only one way, and that is by recognizing that you're a sinner. And it is, you need to understand and believe that Jesus is God's son, that he led a sinless life, that he died on the cross for your sins, that he was buried, that he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, for whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved. The gospel, according to Paul, can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, verse 3, where it says Jesus died according to the scriptures. He was buried, and he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. Thank you, Rising Lion. Thank you so much. And so that is the good news. That is amazing news. Are you kidding me? That is so awesome. Unbelievable stuff right there. That is where you need to stay. That's where you need to make home. That is home right there. That is the main thing. If you're interested in a Bible study, we're just doing a verse-by-verse Bible study here. So I upload all of these to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here if you guys wanted to go check it out. We've done Revelation already. We've done Daniel, Ruth, Hebrews, James, John, Acts. We've done all of the Pauline apostles. We've done Isaiah. We've done Zechariah. And now we're doing the book of Matthew. So if you wanted to go subscribe over there, I would appreciate it. I would encourage me. Not a big deal, but those are up there for your disposal. It's just a tool I'm not saying everything I've said in the past is right. I know actually there's a handful of things that I wish I could go back and retake or redo over, because I'm like, you know what, that wasn't right. So they're just little minor details, nothing too serious, but they're secondary issues. But still, that's just me thinking and growing and learning as I am growing and learning. So, Llama, thank you, thank you. Yes, that is the YouTube right there. ITZ_sheesh. Okay, thank you, Mark. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive on into Matthew chapter 23. Will you ever cover Revelations again? I'm just messing with you. Yeah, probably. We will totally do that. I think it'll be a good time. Sherry, there's no S on the end of Revelation. I will fight you right now. Okay, Matthew 23. All right, so let's go ahead and dive into Matthew 23. This is what we're actually doing tonight. And so let's go ahead and get on into it. Matthew chapter 23. Blocked! Yes. Yes. Yay, respiratory. All right, Matthew chapter 23. I don't have my glasses on. Yeah. Okay. Matthew 23. So here in chapter 3, what I want you guys to understand here, my favorite thing to say now, here in Matthew chapter 23, what you guys, what's good to know is that this chapter, Matthew chapter 23, is his last public message. This is his last public message, because right after this chapter, we're going to dive into Matthew chapter 24, which is a private. It is a very private situation that he is addressing his disciples. It is a very, very small group. This is a very public message. This is his last public message. It's very good to know that. But verse 20 or chapter 23 is you're going to see a lot of distinctions between chapter 5 and in chapter 23. So chapter 5, Matthew chapter 5 is, sorry, I got a burp. But Matthew chapter 5, what is Matthew chapter 5 about? Try to think about it in your mind if you've been here for it. What is Matthew chapter 5 about? The Sermon on the Mount. It's where the Sermon on the Mount is, right? So Matthew chapter 5 is the first chapter on the Sermon on the Mount. So Matthew chapter 5 is going to be basically the inverse of Matthew chapter 23. You're going to see a lot of comparisons between Matthew 5 and Matthew 23, but it's the inverse. It's the opposite. So let's go read Matthew chapter 5, and let's read a couple verses in Matthew chapter 5 just to kind of, so we can get a fresh take on this. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 1. Matthew chapter 5, verse 1. Matthew chapter 5, verse 1, it says this. This is the Sermon on the Mount, okay? So this Matthew 5, 6, and 7 is a group. It is a group of, it's all part of the same sermon. But this is the beginning of it. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 1, it says, "And seeing the multitudes, he went up on a mountain, and when he was seated, his disciples came to him." So Jesus goes up on a mountain. He sits down. So he's in the teaching position. When you sit down in this culture, when you sit down, you're teaching. This is what rabbis would do. When they were about to teach, they would sit down. So that is why we are told that he's seated. Matthew chapter 5, verse 2, it says, "Then he opened his mouth and taught them." So who is he teaching? He's teaching his disciples. The multitudes are there. They're listening on in. It's kind of like you got like a glass to the wall, and you're just like, what's going on? Like these people were trying to like listen to what Jesus was saying, but Jesus wasn't talking to the multitudes. He was talking to his disciples. So you need to understand that. So in verse 2, it says, "Then he opened his mouth and taught them," his disciples, saying, "Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven." Now, we're going to be reading down to verse 12, and these are going to be the Beatitudes. Verse 3 through 11 are the Beatitudes. A Beatitude is something that you are, something that you should be. It's not do attitudes. It's be this. You need to be this. You need to be poor in spirit. You need to be mourning. You need to be meek. You need to be hunger for and thirst for righteousness, all of these things. So in verse 3, it says, blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. That's one. Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. And then it says in verse 11, blessed are you when they revile and persecute you, which is just playing off of verse 10. So there's eight. There's essentially 8 beatitudes. These are all beatitudes, right? So that's just like a flyby. We don't need to dive into what each one of them really represent because we already talked on that. But I want you to understand those because in Matthew 5, there are 8 of those. There's 8 beatitudes. When you dive into Matthew chapter 23 now, we're going to be talking about 8 woes. Woe to you, Pharisees, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. Woe! He's going to say woe 8 times. And so just to get your mind around it, I'll tell you what passages he says woe 8 times. Matthew chapter 23 verse 13. This is just so you can see it, just so you can get an overall view. Matthew chapter 23 verse 13. Woe to you. Verse 14. Matthew 23 verse 14. Woe to you. Verse 15. Woe to you. 16. Woe to you. Then when you go down to verse 23, woe to you. Verse 25, woe to you. Verse 27, woe to you. And then in verse 29, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. So there are 8 woes, okay? There are 8 woes here. Now, it's interesting because my Bible has like a little cover like that is describing each section. And my Bible says that Jesus announces 7 woes on the Pharisees. But when you count them, there's 8. So I don't know if they're like basically grouping 2 of them together because I think that the last 2, I think that's what they do in the last 2 woes. I think they group them together because they're similar, but they're different. So you can be the judge of that. But it seems to kind of mirror, Matthew 23 seems to mirror in a roundabout way Matthew chapter 5. So what we're going to be diving into in Matthew chapter 23 is going to be the opposite of what we covered in Matthew chapter 5. Matthew chapter 5, in chapter 5, chapter 5 is righteousness, chapter 5 is all about righteousness, and chapter 23 is about false righteousness. So you're going to see a stark contrast between the two. It is so distinct they're so distinct from one another, and once you see it, you won't be able to unsee it. But these woes are essentially the inverse of the Beatitudes, which we already read in Matthew chapter 5. So let's go ahead and dive on into Matthew chapter 23. Matthew chapter 23. In Matthew chapter 23, it says this, Then Jesus spoke to the multitudes and to his disciples, saying, The scribes and the Pharisees sit in Moses' seat. Therefore, whatever they tell you to observe, that observe and do. But do not do according to their works, for they say and do not do. Now, what's interesting about this whole passage, you need to remember, and I'll try to remind you as we go through it, you need to remember that the Pharisees are in the crowd. They're listening. They're making eye contact with Jesus. Jesus is making eye contact back with them. You know how when you say something about somebody and somebody messes up at work and then everybody gets an email because one person messed up and then everybody gets an email and they're like, okay. You get a McDonald's coffee and it's like, caution, hot. It's like who in the world just like decided to pour coffee on their faces? It's just like, Brandon. Oh gosh. No. But these Pharisees are in the crowd. They're listening to what Jesus is. Thank you, Brandon. They're listening to what Jesus is saying, and he's calling them out to his face. It is crazy. So it says, therefore, so Jesus says, therefore, whatever they tell you to observe, that observe and do. But do not do according to their works, for they say and they do not do. Can you imagine being a Pharisee and be like, what did he just say? Getting all hot and bothered over here. But in verse 20, Matthew chapter 23, verse 4, Jesus continues, and he's just getting warmed up, by the way. Here we go. Don't, Brand. Verse 4, it says, for they bind heavy burdens hard to bear and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their fingers. You know, it's interesting because here we're seeing this heavy burden that is hard to bear. Now, I don't know if that kind of sparks anything in your mind, but hard to bear is it just screams of Acts chapter 15. Let's go look at it. Acts chapter 15. If you guys were here for our study of the book of Acts, we spent a lot of time in the book of Acts, specifically Acts chapter 15, because this chapter is so good. It is so good. We're not going to read the entire thing, but I want you to get an understanding of what's going on in Acts chapter 15. Acts chapter 15, you have the Jewish leaders of this time. Thanks, Brandon. You have the Jewish leaders that had a meeting together, and they were discussing how they were going to try to lead the Gentiles into how to navigate their Gentile world as being a Christian. So these Gentiles were trying to figure it out, and they were like, hey, what do we do? And so the Gentiles went to the Jewish people, and they're like, hey, guys, can you help us out? Like, what do we need to do? And so the Jewish people, they come together, and they're like, hey, what do we tell them? Thanks, Brandon. It's crazy. Okay, so in Acts chapter 15, let's read verse 10. In Acts chapter 15, verse 10, Peter is talking. In Acts chapter 15, verse 10, it says, now therefore, why do you test God by putting a yoke on the neck of the disciples, which neither our fathers nor we were able to bear? So he's talking about this. So these Jewish people were wanting to put the law on top of the Gentiles and be like, hey, we had to carry this law all over the place, and if we had to do it, you got to do it. And so Peter stands up and he's like, why would you do that to them? Thanks, Brandon. And so the Jewish people were trying to figure out what to tell the Gentile believers, because everything's different now. After Jesus died, he was buried, he rose again, he ascended up into heaven. Everything changed. Thanks. Thanks, Brandon. Stop it. What do we tell them? Just knock it off, dude. That's just ridiculous. And so they're trying to tell the Gentiles, they're trying to figure out what to tell the Gentiles. And so Peter stands up, and he's basically being an advocate for the Gentiles. And he says, why in the world would we put the law on the Gentiles when our fathers and we couldn't even bear that burden? And so that's kind of what it makes you think of when you read Matthew 23, because in Matthew 23, going back to Matthew 23, verse 4, Jesus says this about the Pharisees. He says, they bind heavy burdens hard to bear and lay them on men's shoulders, but they themselves will not move them with one of their own fingers. Now, it's interesting because Jesus tells us that his burden, his yoke is easy and his burden is light. But here, the Pharisees, we're learning about the Pharisees, they had heavy burdens that were hard to bear. That's the opposite of what Jesus is telling you. He's just like, and so this goes back to the Sermon on the Mount, where he's like, broad is the way that leads to destruction. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you so much. And so he's basically combating this Pharisaical teaching, which was a picture of this broad way, which leads to destruction. And he's like, that's the Pharisaical way of teaching. They're wrong. Then you have the narrow gate, and that's the only way that leads to life. That's Jesus. Thank you, Memento. Thank you so much. And so in Matthew 23, verse 5, he continues on, and he's talking about the Pharisees here. He's just getting warmed up. He's about to thrash these Pharisees. Thank you. In verse 5, it says, but all their works they do to be seen by men. They make their phylacteries broad and enlarge the borders of their garments. So here in verse 5, you have a strange word that I don't think I've ever used before out loud. Maybe when I'm by myself, maybe I'll say something like, what, the phylacteries? No, but these phylacteries, what this was this is basically a leather amulet. What they would do is that these Jewish people, they would place it around their head, and it would be like a little box amulet thing, and then they would put it on their arm, and then it would be on their leg, and inside it would have the law. It would have certain pieces of the Torah inside of it. And so this is what Jewish people would do. And so what he's saying here in verse 5, it says they make their phylacteries broad. Thank you, Jules. So they made their phylacteries broad. So all the common Jewish people would have a little thing right here on their forehead and on their arm, and it would be smaller. But the Pharisees got a big one. And so they had a big one on their forehead and on their arm. And so basically that was them trying to say, look at how amazing we are. Look at me. I'm so holy. And every time I pray, I'm so amazing and I'm wonderful and I'm super humble as well. Like, that's basically what they were doing. Thanks, Brandon. And so that is what he's talking about here. This phylacteries, it was a leather amulet containing parts of the Torah. And so they had it on themselves. And then it goes on and it says, and they enlarge the borders of their garments. You know, these Jewish people, if you ever go or see pictures or videos of the Western Wall, thanks, Brandon. These Jewish people, you know, they have like their whole garb over them, and like they rock back and forth, and they do all kinds of stuff, and like they got the tassels on the ends, and you know, they're making a display. And when a normal person views that, when a normal person watches somebody do that, it's natural. Thanks, Brandon. It's natural for them to be like, oh, that person's really holy. That person's got it going on. And so Jesus is calling them out because this is what they did. They like if you saw a Jewish person, if you were a Jew and you saw somebody with a big phylactery on their forehead and on the side of their arm, you'd be like, oh wow. And then if they enlarge their garments, you know, like, which is talking about the border of their garments, which the border of their garments, we talked about that before. That is where their rank basically was on their garments, was on the hem of their garments. So these people are making a whole show of it. So in verse 5, thank you. Good morning, Millie. And so in verse 5, hello, Shai, and says, but it says in verse 5, it says, but all their works they do to be seen by men. They make their phylacteries broad and enlarge the borders of their garments. They love the best places at feasts, the best seats in the synagogues, greetings in the marketplaces, and to be called by men, Rabbi, Rabbi. So you see this very prideful atmosphere that these Pharisees are creating, and I all love, and it's you know, we understand what God thinks about pride. Pride is one of those things that he hates. If you read Proverbs chapter 6 verse 16, he says, these 6 things I hate, yes, 7 are an abomination to me. And the first thing that he mentions is pride, a proud look. Now, these people are the embodiment of that proud look. These people are puffing their chests out and walking around with their noses up in the air. That is who he's calling out. So in Matthew chapter 23, verse 8, it says, but you do not be called rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Christ, and you are all brethren. Verse 8 is very interesting because he says, but you do not be called rabbi. You know, there's a lot of people who find a lot of pride in their titles. I went to a wedding one time, and like when you get to, and I don't know if he asked for this to happen or what, because I totally wouldn't have done this. But that's just me. To each their own. On the wedding, whatever it's called, the piece of paper that they give you to to tell you what's going. I don't even know what it's called. The program thing. The best man. It said it had like 3 titles before it gave you his name. It was like Doctor Captain something, Doctor Captain something, John Smith or whatever. And I was just like, that's a whole bunch of titles. And I'm just like, man, there's people who find a lot of, pride in being called a teacher. And so he says, do not be called rabbi. And so that's very interesting, because I could be like, oh, I'm a Bible teacher. And, I could even name that, or, as my, TikTok handle or whatever. And, there's just a lot of that, he's basically saying, he says, don't do that. He says, but you do not be called rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Christ. And then he goes on and he says something that is very equalizing. He says, and you are all brethren. And I think that's really important to remember, because I'm just like you, you're just like me, if we are in Christ. If you're born again, you and I are on the same. And so it's really cool. I'm important, but it's just really humbling, where it says, and you are all brethren. That's humbling, because there's some times where, you and I, sometimes we're like, I know more than that person over there. And because I know more than that person over there, I'm better than that person. Look at me. Since I know things, I am better than that person, and that's wrong. That's not how it is at all. Paul tells us, was it in 1 Corinthians chapter 8 or 7? No, it's not 7. That's not it at all. 1 Corinthians chapter 8. Paul tells us. He says. In 1 Corinthians chapter 8, verse 1, Paul says, now concerning things offered to idols, we know that we all have knowledge. Knowledge puffs up, but love edifies. So would you rather have knowledge? Thank you, Brandon. Would you rather have knowledge, or would you rather have love? Brandon, can we just... I'm literally gonna, thanks, man. Just gonna, Matthew 23, it's just, verse, would you rather have knowledge, or would you rather have knowledge, or would you rather have love, right? And so these people, these Pharisees, they are all about knowledge, and knowledge puffs up. And what do we know about puffing up? It's what is leaven? Leaven is an idiom for pride. It's an idiom for pride, because what does leaven do? Leaven, when you add it to bread, it goes from this to it puffs it up. It literally raises the bread. And so that is why leaven is an idiom of pride. We do not want to be prideful. We want to be full of love. And that's why just a moment ago, thanks, Brandon, it says in verse, that's why what we just read not too long ago in chapter 22, in Matthew chapter 22, verse 37, it says, you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, your soul, your mind, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. That's what we just read. That's what it's all about. It's not about who knows the most. It's about what are you doing with what you've been given. And so he's like, these people, he says, you do not be called rabbi, for one is your teacher, the Christ, and you are all brethren. Do not call anyone on earth your father, for one is your Father, he who is in heaven. It's really remarkable. This is one of those verses that, applies to, different denominations and other religions. But specifically, the first one that comes to mind for me is Catholics. Catholics are, thanks, Brandon. Catholics are, when they go to, mass or whatever, or they go to confession, they say something along the lines of "Forgive me, Father," or "Forgive me, Father, I have sinned." Thank you, Brandon. Calling somebody Father, that's, I don't really understand where they get that from. I have a lot of questions for Catholics. Every time I corner one, I like to pick their brain, because I'm like, why do you guys do this? Why do you do this? Where's this come from? What's up with the rosary? Why do you pray to Mary? Why do you pray to the saints? Like, why are you praying to those people? Like, what's up with the infant baptism? Like, I just have a lot of questions. And a lot of the times they don't know why. They're just doing it because of tradition. And so we get a lot of traditions. Man-made traditions are constantly being inserted into religion. And so we need to know what we know, and we need to know why we know it. And so here he says, do not call anyone on earth your father, for one is your Father, he who is in heaven. Then it goes on to verse 10, and it says, and do not be called teachers, for one is your teacher, the Christ. But he who is greatest among you shall be your servant. So what's interesting about this is that he keeps going back to, he goes back to this servant model. He's like he who is first shall be last, who is last shall be first. He keeps bringing that up time and time again. And here he says, but he who is greatest among you shall be your servant. Now, what's interesting about that is that who is the greatest when Jesus was here? Did he show up as a rock star? Did he show up like, coming down off a meteor and landing and like with an electric guitar and like, doing all them, with an American flag or anything like that? No, that's not what he did. He was born very lowly. And that's what he did on purpose, because right from his beginning, from his birth, he was showing up in the most lowly kind of manner. And so he says in verse 11, he says, but he who is greatest among you shall be your servant. And not only does Jesus say this, he demonstrates this. He demonstrates it because in John, let's go to John chapter 13. John chapter 13, in John chapter 13, verse 5, in John chapter 13, verse 5, verse 3, John chapter 13, verse 3, in John 13:3, it says, Jesus, knowing that the Father had given all things into his hands, and that he had come from God and he was going to God, rose from supper and laid aside his garments, took a towel and girded himself. After that, he poured water into a basin and began to wash the disciples' feet and to wipe them with towels with which he was girded. Thank you, Jules. Then he came to Simon Peter, and Peter said to him, Lord, are you washing my feet? Jesus answered and said to him, what I am doing you do not understand now, but you will know after this. Peter said to him, you shall never wash my feet. Jesus answered him, if I do not wash your feet, you have no part with me. Simon Peter said to him, Lord, not only my feet, but also my hands and my head. Jesus said to him, he who is bathed needs only to wash his feet, but is completely clean. And you are clean, but not all of you. For he knew who would betray him. Therefore he said, you are not all clean. So when he had washed their feet, taken his garments and sat down again, he said to them, do you know what I have done to you? Basically, so what you're seeing there is Jesus in this role of a servant. He's not only talking about it, he's doing it. He's not just he's not just talking the talk. He's walking the walk. And your walk talks louder than your talk talks. And it's very interesting because he is showing you, he is demonstrating it. He is demonstrating it. And I love that word, demonstrating. Go to Romans chapter 5, because in Romans chapter 5, verse 8, speaking of a demonstration, which is such a wonderful word, it says, in Romans chapter 5, verse 8, it says this, but God demonstrates his own love towards us, and that while we were still sinners, Christ died for us. He demonstrated it. If I was going to demonstrate to you how to do a somersault or a cartwheel or something, I would show you how to do it. And then you would laugh at me, and then I would laugh at me, and then I'd cry. But this is God demonstrating it. This is Jesus demonstrating it. And so he demonstrates it by washing his disciples' feet. And it's really a beautiful thing to see, because that's what he was doing. He says in verse 11, Matthew chapter 23, verse 11, it says, "But he who is greatest among you shall be your servant. And whoever exalts himself will be humbled. And he who humbles himself will be exalted." You know, this is very easy to say, but it's difficult to do. Humble yourself. Crazy. Okay, so now we're going to get into verse 13. And so now what I want you to do, or what I'm going to do, you can do it if you would like to, but I'm going to hold my place in Matthew chapter 5, just so we can flip back and forth between Matthew chapter 5 and Matthew chapter 23, because we're going to keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and we're going to connect these woes to the Beatitudes. And so here in Matthew chapter 23, we're going to get to the first woe. So in Matthew chapter 23, verse 13, it says, "But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites." It says, "For you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For you neither go in yourselves, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in." This is crazy. This is crazy. Not only will they, the Pharisees and scribes, not enter, but they try to stop others from entering. That's crazy. And this is the first woe, but woe to you. So this verse, Matthew 23, verse 13, connects to Matthew chapter 5, verse 3, because it is the opposite of Matthew chapter 5, verse 3. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 3, you have them entering the kingdom of heaven, because it says, "For theirs is the kingdom of heaven." So that's what you have in Matthew chapter 5, verse 3. But, hey, thank you, Ellie. But in Matthew chapter 23, verse 13, you have them doing the opposite of that, which is shutting up the kingdom of heaven. So you see that the first beatitude is going to be the opposite of the first woe. You have one entering the kingdom in the beatitude. Hey, thank you, Andrew. You have one entering the kingdom, and then in Matthew 23, verse 13, you have them shutting up the kingdom. So you're gonna see that pattern all the way throughout this. So when you go back to Matthew chapter 23, verse 13, it says, "But woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you shut up the kingdom of heaven against men. For you neither go in yourselves, nor do you allow those who are entering to go in." Now you need to understand here and remember that the Pharisees are in the crowd. He is talking to the Pharisees. He says, "Woe to you," and he's talking to them. That's crazy. He's calling them out. Thank you, Brandon. Verse 14, Matthew chapter 23, verse 14, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers. Therefore you will receive greater condemnation." That's crazy. All right, so now let's go back to Matthew chapter 5, and this verse connects with Matthew chapter 5, verse 4, because in Matthew chapter 5, verse 4, it says, "Blessed are those who mourn, for they shall be comforted." So these mourners will be comforted in chapter 5, verse 4, and then when you go back to Matthew 23, verse 14, what you see in 23, verse 14, you see the destroyers are condemned. So one is being comforted, one is being condemned. So you see the opposite going on there. Okay, so now let's go back to Matthew 23, verse 14, and let's talk about the end of verse 14, because at the end of verse 14 it says, "Therefore you will receive greater condemnation." That's in Matthew 23, verse 14. You will receive greater condemnation. What is that talking about? Can you receive greater condemnation? Yes, you can. Can you receive lesser condemnation? Yeah, you can. So what does that mean? Well, it means that when people who die, who never accept Jesus as Lord and Savior, they at one point will be cast into the lake of fire. Right now, you need to understand that nobody is in the lake of fire right now. There's a difference between the lake of fire and Hades. Hades is, in the Old Testament, you had a place called Hades, And there, the whole place location was called Hades. Now, if you divide it, you have the top part, which was called paradise. Thank you, Jules. You have paradise, and then you have the bottom part, which was called Hades. So if Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, Joseph, whatever, all of those Old Testament saints, when they died in the Old Testament, they went to paradise. That's called Abraham's bosom, or paradise. That's where they went. The people who died in their sins in the Old Testament and the people who die in their sins today, they go to a place called Hades, which is not the lake of fire. Nobody is in the lake of fire right now. The first people who are cast into the lake of fire are the beast and the false prophet. You can read about that in Revelation chapter 19 or 20. So you need to make a distinction first off that there's a difference between Hades and the lake of fire. Let's go to Luke chapter 16 real fast. Let's read about something Luke chapter 16, and you can read about this. We won't read the entire thing, but there's something I want you to really Luke chapter 16. Luke chapter 16 verse 19. In Luke chapter 16, verse 19, this is the story of the rich man and Lazarus, which is very insightful. It paints an amazing picture. In Luke chapter 16, verse 19, it says, "There was a certain rich man who was clothed in purple and fine linen and fared sumptuously every day. But there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, full of sores, who was laid at his gate, desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores. So it was that the beggar died and was carried by the angels to Abraham's bosom." That's paradise. He was carried to paradise, which is not heaven. Paradise is not heaven. Paradise is different. So this beggar was carried to Abraham's bosom, or paradise. The rich man also died and was buried. So he goes to Hades. Okay, Brandon. So you have this picture where the rich man, Lazarus goes to Abraham's bosom, which is paradise, and the rich man goes to Hades. Then in verse 23, Luke 16, verse 23 says, "And being in torments in Hades, he lifted up his eyes and saw Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom." So get the picture here. The rich man is in torment. He is being tormented. And he's looking over into the distance, and as he looks into the distance, he sees, and he's like, "That's Abraham." I don't know how he knew that was Abraham, but he recognized him to be Abraham. And not only did he recognize Abraham, but he saw Lazarus. And so he's in torment. And so in verse 24, he says, "Then he cried and said, 'Father Abraham, have mercy on me, and send Lazarus that he may dip the tip of his finger in water and cool my tongue, for I am in torment. I am tormented in this flame.'" Crazy stuff right here. But in verse 25, it says, "But Abraham said, 'Son, remember that in your lifetime you received your good things, and likewise Lazarus the evil things. But now he is comforted, and you are tormented. And beside all this, between us and you, there is a great gulf fixed, so that those who want to pass from here to you cannot, nor can those from there pass to us.' Then he said, 'I beg you, therefore, Father, that you would send him to my father's house, for I have 5 brothers, that he may testify to them, lest they also come to the place of torment.' Abraham said to him, 'They have Moses and the prophets, let them hear them.' And he said, 'No, Father Abraham, but if one goes to them from the dead, they will repent.' But he said to them, 'If they do not hear Moses and the prophets, neither will they be persuaded, though one rise from the dead.'" It's very interesting how he's talking about rising from the dead, obviously, because Jesus would rise from the dead and people still would not believe. You have this entire picture of what's going on. Thank you, Brandon. What I want you to understand here is what's going on it's an amazing picture. You have Lazarus in paradise. You have the rich man in Hades, or Sheol, depending on Hebrew or Greek. But there's a great divide, so that they can't connect. They can see each other, but they can't get to the other side. And so you see this great side. You see they're having a conversation with one another. What you also understand is that this rich man never once was complaining. Thanks, Brandon. He was never saying that he didn't deserve to be there, which implies that he understood that he deserved to be there. We also aren't told his name, which is very provocative, because we're told Lazarus's name, These are very real people. And thank you, Brandon. So you understand who Lazarus is. Why? Because he knows his name. But when he doesn't know the rich man, he's like, I never knew you. It goes back to what we read about in Matthew chapter 7. So you have this clear distinction that's going on here, and he sees Abraham, which means he's aware. He remembers. He's conscious. And he understands that he's being tormented. This rich man that we're reading about here in Luke 16 is still being tormented to this day. Even though we're reading about it here in 2024, even though this happened 2,000 plus years ago, he's still there. The person who just died 10 seconds ago, if they didn't know Jesus as their Lord and Savior, he's there now as well. And the person who just died just now, because people are dying every second, if they don't know Jesus, they are going to Hades where this man is. And they remember, they know things, they understand. And so what's fascinating about this entire thing, which I think is very instructive, and Luke chapter 16, verse 24, this is what I want you to pay attention to because of the Pharisaical teaching, because we're diving into the book of Matthew. In Luke 16, verse 24, it says this, then he cried and said, Father Abraham. That is something you need to pay attention to. Pay attention to the Father. He's calling him Father. And then go to verse 25, Luke 16, verse 25, because in Luke 16, verse 25, it says, but Abraham said, Son. So Abraham is referring to this man as son, and the rich man is referring to Abraham as father. So this implies that this rich man was Jewish. So if you can come to that conclusion, because that's the conclusion I come to, he's referring to Father Abraham. That's what a Jewish person would do. So why does that matter at all? Because he calls him father, Abraham calls him son. This implies he was Jewish. And this is important because a Jew being in Hades refutes the Pharisaical teaching that all sons of Abraham shall inherit eternal life. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's go back to Matthew chapter 3. Go back to Matthew, eternal life. Now, what do I mean by that? Let's go back to Matthew chapter 3. Go back to Matthew chapter 3. If you go back to Matthew chapter 3, in Matthew chapter 3, verse 9. Matthew chapter 3, verse 9. John the Baptist is out in the wilderness. He sees the Pharisees coming to him. These Pharisees, these are Jewish people. And so John the Baptist sees these Pharisees coming to him, and he's like, brood of vipers. He calls them out. He's basically calling them sons of Satan. And so he calls them out. And not only does he call them out, he's like, he says in verse 8, Matthew chapter 3, verse 8, he says, therefore bear fruits worthy of repentance. And then he says this in verse 9, Matthew chapter 3, verse 9, he says, and do not think to say to yourselves, we have Abraham as our father. For I say to you that God is able to raise up children to Abraham from these stones. So what he's doing here in Matthew chapter 3, verse 9, is that he is telling you that the Pharisees were teaching. They were teaching the Jewish people that if you are a Jew, you were going to heaven. That is what they were teaching. They were teaching that if you were a Jew, you were going to heaven. And that's wrong. That's incorrect. And so that's what we're learning about in Luke chapter 16, because you see the rich man calling out Father Abraham, Abraham referring to him as son, which implies Jewishness. They're Jews. And so you see a Jew in Hades. And so their Pharisaical way of teaching was basically saying when a Jew dies, Abraham would snatch that person from falling into Hades and he would take him to paradise. That's what they taught people. It was incorrect. It was wrong. And that's a picture of it. But anyways, you see this whole distinction between Hades or Sheol and the lake of fire. They are two very different things, just like paradise and heaven are very different things. When Jesus died, he went to paradise and he took all those people home, all the saints, the Old Testament saints, he took them home to be with the Lord. So now in our time, in the New Testament time, to be absent from the body is to be present with the Lord. That did not apply in the Old Testament. When they died, they were not present with the Lord. Why? Because in the Old Testament, they were covered by blood. Not what kind of blood? They were covered by animal blood. Now, what's the difference? Because animal blood just covered. It didn't wash away the sins. But you and I, we are covered by Jesus's blood. So you have animal blood, you have Jesus's blood. We are covered by Jesus's blood, and Jesus' blood covers us and it washes us white as snow. That's Isaiah chapter 1. And it's very important to understand the difference, which is why when they died in the Old Testament, they couldn't go to heaven because they just were covered. There was still sin there. They were just covered by it. But you and I, we are covered and we are cleansed. It is no longer. And so it's a whole different time. And it's important to understand it. This is what people would refer to as dispensationalism. And so that's a word that people are very terrified of. Oh, dispensations. Oh, man. But it's important to remember. Let's dive back in. Let's go back to Matthew chapter 23. I got to go back. I got to find my place back in Matthew chapter 5. We're flipping all over the place. Very fun. We are searching the scriptures. Cool stuff. Matthew chapter 23. So in Matthew chapter 23, verse 14, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers." You know, it's fascinating about these long prayers. People think that if they use long words and they pray really loudly and they use very highly educated and intelligent words and they say things quickly and they continue and go, and they keep on going and they keep on going and they keep on going and they say things, they think that that is so much better than you in your humble prayer. But what's fascinating is that if you read Matthew chapter 6, you learn that Jesus taught his disciples to pray, and it was very short. It was very quick. If you read Jesus's prayer, what he prayed in John chapter 17, which is one of the most intimate scenarios that we are given inside Jesus's life, you see Jesus praying in John chapter 17. It is a peek behind the curtain inside the Holy of Holies. It's unbelievable what happens there. And that prayer that he prays is crazy because it only takes you like 4 minutes to read. And that's reading. So it takes less to say it if you're the one who actually saying it. And so it's these long prayers, it's not about the length. It's about your heart. And so it says, "For you devour widows' houses, and for a pretense make long prayers. Therefore you will receive greater condemnation." What's fascinating about it is that in Revelation chapter 20, these people who die in their sins and they are in Hades, sometime in the future they are going to be raised up again. They're going to be resurrected, and they're going to stand before the great white throne. And they're going to stand before the great white throne, which is not where you want to go. That's a terrifying place to be. They're going to be standing before the great white throne, and then they are going to be judged according to their works. That's what it says. If we can go look that up. And so this is where you get the idea of a greater condemnation. Let's go to Revelation chapter 20. I think it's 20. It's either 19 or 20. Revelation chapter 20. Revelation chapter 20, verse 11. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 11, this is after the second coming. This is when everything is basically culminating. Hey, thank you, Chowder. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 11, it says, "Then I saw a great white throne, and him who sat on it, from whose face the earth and the heaven fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, standing before God, and books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life. And the dead were judged according to their works, by the things which were written in the books." So these people are going to be judged according to their works. And so if you're just like an average Joe Blow who, to your opinion, didn't really do anything wrong, you were just kind of, I'm not that bad of a guy, to your standards, you need to understand that every time somebody had like an angel appeared, or somebody like Jesus appeared, like in the bush, like everybody fell on their face. Why? Because they recognized what pureness looked like, what holiness looked like, what perfection looked like. And when you stand in the presence of that, you can't help but look at yourself and be like, I don't deserve to be here right now. And that's the conclusion you come to. And so these people are going to be judged according to their works, whether they're good works or bad works, it doesn't really matter. They're going to be judged according to their works, and then they're going to be given a level of condemnation. They're all going to be terrible condemnation. It's all going to be terrible. It's all bad. Whether you're in the not like you're the worst part of condemnation, or you're in the middle, or you're at the easiest condemnation level, whatever. It's all terrible. You don't want to go to it in any kind of capacity. It is tragic. It's, weeping and gnashing of teeth. Absolutely crazy. So That is important to understand. So this idea in Matthew chapter 23, verse 14, where it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you devour widows' houses and for a pretense make long prayers. Therefore you will receive greater condemnation." Then we go to verse 15, Matthew chapter 23, verse 15. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 15, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you travel land and sea to win one proselyte. And when he is won, you make him twice as much a son of hell as yourselves." So here in verse 15, let's go back to chapter 5, verse 5. Matthew chapter 5, verse 5. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 5, it says, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." So in Matthew chapter 5, verse 5, the meek inherit the earth. And in Matthew 23, verse 15, the proud send souls to hell. So you see the opposite happening. The opposite. One, the meek inherit the earth. And in chapter 23, verse 15, the proud send souls to hell. So you're seeing the inverse of Matthew chapter 5 and Matthew chapter 23, all throughout these woes and all throughout the Beatitudes. Okay, so let's go back to Matthew 23 and let's go to verse 16. Matthew chapter 23, verse 16. We're going to read a couple verses here. Matthew 23, verse 16, it says, "Woe to you, blind guides, who say, whoever swears by the temple, it is nothing, but whoever swears by the gold of the temple, he is obliged to perform it. Fools and blind. For which is greater, the gold or the temple that sanctifies the gold? And whoever swears by the altar, it is nothing. But whoever swears by the gift that is on it, he is obliged to perform it. Fools and blind. For which is greater, the gift or the altar that sanctifies the gift? Therefore, he who swears by the altar swears by it and by all things on it. He who swears by the temple swears by it and by him who dwells in it. And he who swears by heaven swears by the throne of God and by him who sits on it." Lots of stuff going on here in verse 16 through 22. Hello, Debbie. Hello. But here in verse 16 through 22, it seems that these Pharisees, that they took oaths and they swore on certain items that were connected to the temple. Thank you, Brandon. So they swore and they took certain oaths that were connected to the temple. So what they ended up doing is that they measured the sanctity or the importance of an item based on their own beliefs or their own traditions. They gauged their oaths based upon what item had more value. That's essentially what they were doing. It's absolutely crazy. It's absolutely crazy that they were just gauging. Thank you, Brandon. They were gauging what thing inside the temple that they would swear on, and they'd be like, "Oh, this is more important that's in the temple, and so I'm going to swear on this." And oh no, wait, I'm going to swear on this because this is clearly more sanctified than that over there. And so that's what they were doing based on their own beliefs or their own tradition. And so they were gauging their oaths based upon what item had more value, which is absolutely bananas. But here in Matthew chapter 23, verse 16, this connects, let's go to Matthew chapter 5 now. This connects to Matthew chapter 5, verse 6. Because in Matthew chapter 5, verse 6, it says, "Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for righteousness, for they shall be filled." So it connects to Matthew chapter 5, verse 6, because in Matthew chapter 5, verse 6, that is where they are hungering for holiness. And in Matthew 23, verse 16 through 22, they are hungry for gain or greedy for gain. Thank you, Melissa. They're basing things upon value, monetarily, in a sense. They're gauging based upon their own traditions or their own opinions and their own standards, their own beliefs, their own traditions, and that is just ridiculous. Thank you, Brandon. Okay, so let's go back to Matthew chapter 23 and let's read verse 23. Matthew 23, verse 23. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 23, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites! For you pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin, and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faith. These you ought to have done without leaving the others undone." You know, here in verse 23, what's interesting about verse 23 is that they actually did pay tithe. They were following the law. That's something that they were like, oh, we're going to abide by the law. Let's go to Leviticus chapter 27, verse 30. Leviticus chapter 27, verse 30. In Leviticus chapter 27, verse 30, it says, and all the tithe of the land, whether of the seed of the land or the fruit of the tree, is the Lord's. It is holy to the Lord. So, and there's a whole bunch of other verses that we can look up as far as when it comes to tithe. Thank you, Brandon. New Testament one, if you're looking for it, is 2 Corinthians chapter 2 Corinthians chapter 8 or 9. 2 Corinthians chapter 9. In 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 7, 2 Corinthians chapter 9, verse 7, it says, so let each one give as he purposes in his heart, not grudgingly or of necessity, for God loves a cheerful giver. Now, that word cheerful is hilarious. God loves a hilarious giver. You know what's interesting about tithing is that you need to understand to begin with that it's not yours. It's not yours to begin with, and it's not mine. It's already his. Thank you, Melissa. It's his. And so when we are like, have a clenched fist and we're like, I'm not letting go of it and it's my money and I worked hard for it and I did this, you're forgetting who gave you the energy to get up in the morning, to get out of bed, to literally lean over and put your shoes on, to put your pants on, to get out the door, to turn the doorknob, to walk out, to pour the milk into the cereal, to pick up the spoon, to pour coffee. Who is giving you that energy? And so then we come to this stage in our life to where we're like, I'm not giving any of this back. This is mine. And you know what? Here, I'm going to throw $5 on the plate. Here you go. And you know what? He doesn't want he wants you to give without a grudge. He wants you to give cheerfully. He wants you to be so. He's like, thank you, Lord, for allowing me to give this to you, because it's not yours to begin with. And so, these people are tithing. They are tithing. These Matthew chapter 23, verse 23, it says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithe, which is crazy. He's giving them crap about tithing. They're tithing in the wrong way. It's not about how much you give, as if God needs your little dollar bills, your monopoly money that we have. Like, this money it's literally fake. This currency is crashing hard. It is crazy, the world that we're living in, and people are still just chasing a dollar bill as if it matters. This is so temporary. And he's like, you guys are tithing. You think I need that? I literally made the whole world. You kidding me, right? And so it's just remarkable to see they're doing something that you and I would gauge as being good, but he's calling them out how he sees it. He says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faith. What does he desire? Does he desire you to tithe? Is that what's important? Maybe to some churches. Some churches are like, send your money in now, prosperity. Blab it and grab it, name it and proclaim it. What do you want? Send in your money today. We'll send you a handkerchief, right? And that's what they're teaching. That's what prosperity. It's the most ridiculous thing ever, and people are just falling for it. If there is such a thing as a prosperity gospel, then Paul didn't know it, because this dude literally was beaten. He was chased and hunted down. He was shipwrecked. He was thrown into prison. All of these things. Do you think he had prosperity here on earth? No. It's a matter of your heart. Where's your heart? He desires justice and mercy and faith. He wants restoration. That's what he wants. But here, let's go to Micah chapter 6. Micah chapter 6, verse 8. Micah chapter 6, verse 8. In Micah chapter 6, verse 8, what does he want? What does God want? Micah chapter 6, verse 8, it says this, he has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you but to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. That's what he desires. He desires you to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. That's what we're supposed to do. Thank you, Brandon. These Pharisees, going back to Matthew 23, in Matthew chapter 23, verse 23, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites." And he says, justice, mercy, and faith. Let's go to Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. Thank you, Brandon. You're killing me. Hosea chapter 6, verse 6. In Hosea chapter 6, verse 6, he says again, "For I desire mercy and not sacrifice, and the knowledge of God more than burnt offerings." You see his heart. Like his heart, it's just unbelievable. I desire mercy. If you're able to show mercy sometime in your life, that's what he desires. Mercy. Why? Because do they deserve it? No. Do they deserve it? No. He desires it, though. Did you deserve it? Did you deserve it? No. But he desires mercy. So if he did it, then we should do it. I desire mercy and not sacrifice. Wow. Wow. Okay, let's go back to Matthew chapter 23. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 23, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you pay tithe of mint and anise and cumin and have neglected the weightier matters of the law, justice and mercy and faith. These you ought to have done, without leaving the others undone." Then we go to verse 24, and it says, "Blind guides who strain out a gnat and swallow a camel." That's a weird saying right there. But what he's saying here, who strain out a gnat and swallow a camel, is basically what he's saying is that they focused on the small matters, which was the gnat, and they didn't focus on the major matters, which was a gigantic camel. He's literally comparing a small thing to a huge thing, a gnat to a camel. And so he's like, why are you focusing on a gnat when you should be focusing on the camel? Then we get to Matthew 23, verse 25. It says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you cleanse the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of extortion and self-indulgence." Actually, before we dive into that one, I didn't tell you how verse 23 connected. Let's go to chapter 5. Let's go to chapter 5, verse 7. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 7, it says, "Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy." That is Matthew chapter 5, verse 7. So Matthew chapter 5, verse 7, you see them obtaining mercy, and then in contrast to chapter 23, verse 23 and 24, that is them rejecting mercy. So they obtain mercy in chapter 5, and they reject mercy in chapter 23. So that's the inversion there that's going on. So now we can go back to Matthew chapter 23. Matthew chapter 23, verse 25. Matthew chapter 23, verse 25, it says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you cleanse the outside of the cup and dish, but inside they are full of extortion and self-indulgence." This is crazy. He's really, really laying into them right now. He's really calling them out. He's calling them out, and he's calling out their Pharisaical teaching. He is just wrecking these guys right now. He is, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites." Can you imagine if I just walked up to you and I didn't even say anything, and I just said, "Hypocrite"? You would look at me and you'd be like, "Oh, it is so on right now." And like you'd be like, "I'm offended." Like Jesus is just laying into these guys. He is, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, for you are like whitewashed tombs," verse 27, "which indeed appear beautiful outwardly, but inside are full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness." So here in verse 25 and verse 25, 26, and then verse 27, it's a clear picture of, thank you, Brandon, it's a clear picture of what's going on the inside compared on what the outside looks like. Because it's not about what you think about somebody, because we can only see the outside. It's about what's going on the inside. I can fool you guys. I can trick you, and I can make you think that I'm the coolest person in the world, but you don't know what's going on the inside. That's God. Like he knows what's going on between me and him. He knows what's inside. And so there's a lot of people who think that they're doing amazing things because they're being really good. And they think by being really good and following the laws that they're doing really good. And they're being very legalistic, and they're like, I obey the 10 Commandments, right? You gotta obey the 10 Commandments. And so, you know what? It's really important to understand Matthew chapter 5, because what Matthew chapter 5 is saying is that those 10 Commandments you broke every single day. He says, you think that committing adultery is just if you do the physical act? You think that you're obeying the 10 Commandments just by not physically committing adultery? He's like, let me tell you something, guys. This is what Jesus said. He says, I don't care if you didn't physically do it. If you looked at a woman in the wrong way, you've already committed adultery in your heart. You've already broken that law. The 10 Commandments were given to you and to I so that you could pick them up and use it as a flashlight. And wherever you look with it, all you see is how many times you've messed up. You're like, oh gosh, I have failed all over the place in this dark room. Like, I'm seeing all my failures. The 10 Commandments, the law was given to you and I so that you and I would come to the realization that we couldn't do it. We're not good enough. You can't follow the 10 Commandments. You're going to mess it up every single day. If you think you have fulfilled the law, you are sorely mistaken. That's what he's talking about in Matthew chapter 5. He is like, let me tell you, you are focusing on the outside. I am looking on the inside. That is what's important. Thank you, Sherry. And so he's talking about this inside compared to the outside. But here in Matthew chapter 23, verse 27, he mentions something that's called this whitewashed tombs. Let's talk about that for a second. So around Passover, I mean, you guys are very probably familiar right now, because in Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 16, you have the law was given to the Jewish people that every able-bodied male was required by law to physically walk or to travel to Jerusalem to observe Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread and the Feast of Tabernacles, whatever. You can read about that in Deuteronomy 16:16 if you want to. But there were certain feasts where the men were required to travel to Jerusalem to observe the feast. And so during the Passover or whatever feast that they were required to be in Jerusalem, if a Jew that was a stranger in the land, that was from a different area, didn't know Jerusalem very well, they were just wandering around. They were trying to get to where Jerusalem was. But if a Jew inadvertently stumbled into a graveyard, they would become unclean, and by natural just happenstance, they would be ineligible to observe Passover. So what the Jewish culture did to avoid this from happening for the sojourners or the travelers or whatever, to help them out, is that they would go into these graveyards and they would wash these graves and they'd whitewash them. They'd whitewash the graves, and these graves would turn out to be a marker. So you'd see these whitewashed tombs, and you would be able to see it, and you'd be like, oh, so the tombs would turn into a marker, so travelers would be able to avoid them. And when they were whitewashed tombs, they looked beautiful, even though the whole point of them was a marker to avoid. And so Jesus is drawing on that connection, because these Jewish people coming from different far and away land, from a galaxy far, far and away, they were traveling to Jerusalem, and they were trying to avoid this graveyard because they would become unclean, and if they would become unclean, they couldn't observe the Passover, or the Sabbath, or the Passover, or the Feast of Tabernacles, or whatever it was. And so, what's interesting about these whitewashed tombs is that they were a marker, as if a big red flag saying avoid, but they also looked beautiful. They looked beautiful, but it had bones inside. And so even though it looked beautiful inside, it was disgusting. It was nothing that you would want to be around it. Imagine if I told you to go to the graveyard right now and start digging something up and just open it up and look what's inside. Those coffins are expensive. Those things are expensive. And so you dive in there, you see this very polished, whatever. And he's saying that's what you are. He's calling these Pharisees, he's calling it to them face. He's like, you appear beautiful outwardly, but inside you are dead. That's crazy. That is crazy. Kind of reminds you of the church in Revelation chapter 3. So in Revelation chapter 2 and 3, Jesus writes a letter to 7 churches. Yes, Revelation chapter 3, verse 1. So in Revelation chapter 3, verse 1, Revelation chapter 3, verse 1, it says, "And to the angel of the church in Sardis write, these things says he who has the 7 spirits of God and the 7 stars. I know your works." This is what Jesus is saying to the church. He says to the church, he says, "I know your works, that you have a name, that you are alive, but you are dead." That's terrifying. Jesus, here in Matthew chapter 23, is saying it to their face. He says, "Hey guys, you religious people. Hey, you religious people. Hey, Pharisees, you people who are strutting your stuff and like nose up in the air and saying that you're all that. I know your works. I know you have a name, that you are alive, but you are dead. Hypocrites. For you are like whitewashed tombs, which indeed appear beautiful outwardly, but inside are full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness." Fascinating stuff. Matthew chapter 23, verse 28. Well, before we move on, let's connect these passages to Matthew chapter 5. Matthew chapter 5, verse 8. In Matthew chapter 5, verse 8, it says, "Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God." So Matthew chapter 5, verse 8, you have the pure in heart. And then in Matthew chapter 23, verse 25 through 28, you have a defiled heart. So you have the pure in heart compared to the defiled heart. Interesting. Pure heart compared to the defiled heart. And then we go back to Matthew 23. Matthew chapter 23, verse 28, it says, "Even so," Matthew chapter 23, Matthew chapter, see you, Brandon. Hello, from Alaska. What's up, Vera? Hello. Matthew chapter 23, verse 28, it says, "Even so you also outwardly appear righteous to men, but inside you are full of hypocrisy and lawlessness." Oh, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets and adorn the monuments of the righteous. This is crazy. This is crazy. So here, this is the final woe. This is the final woe. And he says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets and adorn the monuments of the righteous." This is connecting to Matthew chapter 5, verse 9 and 10, because in Matthew chapter 5, verse 9 and 10, it says, "Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom." So you have in these passages, you have the peacemakers, which are God's children, in chapter 5. And then in chapter 23, you have the persecutors are the devil's children. And then in chapter 5, verse 10, you have the persecuted are God's children again. And then in chapter 23, you have the persecutors are the devil's children. It goes hand in hand pretty much, but it's just fascinating how when you look at the Beatitudes and you compare the Beatitudes to the woes, you see they line up just inversely. So in Matthew chapter 23, going back to Matthew chapter 23, verse 29, Jesus says, "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites, because you build the tombs of the prophets and adorn the monuments of the righteous, and say, if we had lived in the days of our fathers, we would not have been partakers with them in the blood of the prophets." That's what they were saying. If we were alive back then, we wouldn't have taken part in that. We wouldn't have unalived the prophets. Verse 31, though, Jesus says, "Therefore you are witnesses against yourselves, that you are sons of those who murdered the prophets." These guys, they had no idea. They thought that they were holier than thou. And so they're like, "We wouldn't have made the mistakes that our fathers did." And so here, Jesus is like, "You're doing it right now. You're going to do it to me in a little bit. This is my final week. This is Jesus's final week before he's crucified. It is crazy. He's like, therefore, you are witnesses against yourselves that you are sons of those who murdered the prophets. Verse 32, it says, fill up then the measure of your father's guilt. Serpents, brood of vipers, how can you escape the condemnation of hell? You know, it's interesting here in verse 33, he says, serpents, brood of vipers. We talked about this before, but this is him calling the Pharisees and the scribes. He's calling them to their face. Remember, they're in the crowd. He's talking to them. They're hearing everything he's saying. Can you imagine how enraged they were feeling by the end of this little public message? He says in verse 33, he says, serpents, brood of vipers. He is calling them sons of Satan. That's what he's doing here. He's calling them sons of Satan. Let's go back to Genesis chapter 3. Because in Genesis chapter 3, we see where that title comes from. Sons of Satan. Genesis chapter 3, verse 14. In Genesis chapter 3, verse 14, it says this. Genesis chapter 3, verse 14, it says, so the Lord God said to the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed more than all the cattle, and more than every beast of the field. On your belly you shall go, and you shall eat dust all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your seed and her seed. He shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. So this serpent, this sons of serpents, brood of vipers, is not the first time that we've seen this. We've seen this before. And let's go back to Matthew chapter 3. Matthew chapter 3, verse 7. In Matthew chapter 3, verse 7, this was John the Baptist. John the Baptist is out in the wilderness, and he's doing his John the Baptist thing. And in Matthew chapter 3, verse 7, it says, but when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees coming to his baptism, he said to them, brood of vipers, who warned you to flee from the wrath to come. Fascinating. Fascinating. Hey, thank you for the rose. Really interesting to see that take place. He's calling them sons of Satan. He's like, sons of Satan. That's what John the Baptist is calling them. Then, when you go to Matthew chapter 12, verse 34, go to Matthew chapter 12, verse 34. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 34, Jesus calls them a brood of vipers in Matthew chapter 12, verse 34. In Matthew chapter 12, verse 34, Jesus says this, brood of vipers, how can you, being evil, speak good things? For out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks. He is calling them sons of Satan. Not once, not twice, but 3 times between him and John the Baptist. They called them sons of Satan. Crazy. So going back to Matthew chapter 23, verse 33, he said, serpents, brood of vipers. Now, this brood, the word brood, has the idea of a generational thing. It's generations of serpents. Generations of serpents, or offspring of serpents, or a brood of serpents. So serpents, brood of vipers. Now, the idea of a viper was a very poisonous snake. It's a very poison. Think of poison. And so when you think of viper and you think of serpent, brood of vipers, it speaks to their poisonous nature in their doctrine. It would unalive everybody if they stuck to that their poison. And so he says, serpents, brood of vipers, how can you escape the condemnation of hell? Verse 34, Matthew chapter 23, verse 34, it says, therefore indeed, I send you prophets, wise men, and scribes. Now we're going to stop right there for a second. Hey, thank you, Wendy. Because this is very important to understand. It's just one word. This one word is very important to really underscore or to highlight or to circle or whatever. But it's one word. And not only is it one word, it's one letter. But it's the most important word or letter in verse 34. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 34, it says this, therefore indeed, I. That's what he says. I. Who sent Isaiah? It says, I send you prophets, wise men, and scribes. Some of them you will kill and crucify, and some of them you will scourge in your synagogues and persecute from city to city. Who Who sent Isaiah? Who sent Daniel? Who sent Jeremiah? Who sent Ezekiel? Jesus says in verse 34, he says, I send you prophets. Woo! Crazy. He's letting him know. It's good. It's crazy. I send you prophets. Very important to underline that word. So when you dive into verse 35, in Matthew chapter 23, verse 35, moving on, in Matthew chapter 23, verse 35, it says that on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the temple and the altar. You know, we talked about Zechariah not too long ago, which is very interesting, because if you go to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, you see Zechariah and Berechiah in the same verse. But if you go to Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, you have the coolest little nugget tucked away in there. In Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, it says this: In the 8th month of the 2nd year of Darius, the word of the Lord came to Zechariah, the son of Berechiah, the son of Iddo. So if you guys were here for the study, you guys already know what I'm going to say, but the names, the Hebrew names mean stuff. You need to pay attention to what the names mean. Zechariah means something, Berechiah means something, and Iddo means something. So the Hebrew names mean, Zechariah means the Lord remembers. Berechiah means the Lord blesses. And Iddo means at the appointed time. So in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1, with just the genealogy of Zechariah, Berechiah, and Iddo, which was son, father, grandfather, you have this. It says this: the Lord remembers and blesses at the appointed time. So that's what Zechariah and Berechiah, that's where you see the connection in Zechariah chapter 1, verse 1. But here, going back to Matthew chapter 23, verse 35, it says that on you may come all the righteous blood shed on the earth, from the blood of righteous Abel to the blood of Zechariah, son of Berechiah, whom you murdered between the temple and the altar. Assuredly, I say to you, all these things will come upon this generation. Ooh, that's crazy. This generation. What's so fascinating about this entire thing that we're diving into, because we're coming up to Matthew chapter 24, which is going to be really interesting to cover. We're really gonna try to grasp a lot of information, because Matthew 24 is highly traveled, it's highly controversial, and we'll do the best that we can. But you are seeing this generation being introduced into the equation. This generation. You see it all over the place. Specifically in Matthew chapter 12, and then after this generation. What do I liken this generation to? It's like children. And so that's what he's talking about. He's like, surely I say to you, this generation will be judged by so-and-so. The Queen of Sheba, this generation will be judged. You see, this generation. Do you think he's actually talking about this generation? Or do you think he's talking about the world? No, he's talking about this generation that's literally right in front of him. This generation. What's interesting here, with what we just read, verse 35 and verse 36, is the question is it fair? Is it fair to say that Jesus hated their religion? Because after everything we just read, Jesus is saying it to their face. He says, woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites. Do you think he was saying that with like smiling and saying, hypocrites? Yeah, hypocrites, Or do you think he was being very serious in what he was saying? Because I think he was being very serious. And I think they took it very seriously. And I think they didn't like it. And so is it fair to say that Jesus hated their religion? Yes, it was. Jesus was the most anti-religious person ever to be on the earth. It's crazy. These Pharisees just thought that they had it going on. And Jesus just made them realize that they really didn't. Let's go to Revelation chapter 2. Because these Pharisees were so puffed up and just had a form of religion. And it was all about religion. Go to Revelation chapter 2, verse 6. In Revelation chapter 2, verse 6, it says this: but this you have, that you hate the deeds of the Nicolaitans, which I also hate. So interesting that Jesus says very clearly that he hates something. Does Jesus hate stuff? Absolutely he does. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16 and 17 says he hates 6 things. Yes, 7 are an abomination: a proud look, a lying tongue, one who sows discord among the brethren, one who runs swiftly into, it goes on and on and on. He lets you know the things that he hates. Did you also know that he hates divorce? He says that. He hates divorce. Why? Because that's not what it was intended for. He hates it. So here in Revelation chapter 2, verse 6, it says, but this you have, that you hate the deeds of the Nicolaitans. He doesn't hate the Nicolaitans. He hates the deeds of the Nicolaitans. So that's Revelation chapter 2, verse 6. And now let's go to Revelation chapter 2, verse 15. And he's talking to Pergamos here. In Revelation chapter 2, verse 15, he says, thus you also have those who hold the doctrine of the Nicolaitans, which thing I hate. Religion has become something that is just to be religion's been something that's been blown up and puffed up, and something that people gain money off of. It's become a business. It's become something that it's not meant to be. It's not about a religion. You've heard that a million times. It's not a religion, it's a relationship. That's absolutely true. It is Jesus. You're a follower of Jesus. Now, if I go to a Baptist church, so you could say that's a denomination. Oh man. But I'm a follower of Christ. Like, that's who I am. I mean, it's just so crazy, the differences in the walk that we're all carrying. We're born into this system. We're born into this system of, like, where everybody, like, oh, what church do you go to? What denomination is this? And so it's just natural to divide, and then to get closer to the people who see things the way you see things, and then to look at the people who disagree with you as, can you believe that person over there? Forgetting who we are. Like, we're all, like, if we're born again, we are followers of Christ. It's just so interesting. We are all brethren. That is really humbling. And we're just, we're just trying to glorify God. Some people are different stages of their walk with Christ, and some people are just getting started. Some people are barely started, and they haven't started over 40 years, but they're in the game somehow. It's crazy. But what's interesting about Matthew chapter 23 is, in Matthew chapter 23, is that Jesus, if you look at Jesus and, like, who he was, he had compassion on adulterers. Remember the woman at the well, the woman who was about to get stoned to death because she was caught in the act of adultery? He had compassion on her. The woman at the well who had multiple husbands, he had compassion on her. He had compassion on murderers. Barabbas. Give us Barabbas. He had compassion on, he took his place. But here, in Matthew 23, you don't see that. You don't see the compassion. Here, in Matthew 23, he absolutely shreds these professional religious people. There is zero gentleness here. Why? Because it's false. It's wrong. They're misguiding people. And he takes that very seriously. He doesn't have any kitty gloves going on in this chapter. He is just laying it down, and he is just absolutely wrecking these people. He's not trying to make friends by saying this. He's telling them how it is. He's like, this is how it is. I'm God Almighty, and I'm right. That's what he's saying. And he's like, you're wrong. And it wasn't popular, just so you know. This was not a popular opinion. The popular opinion, this is not something that most people would be like, you know what, I'm going to stand up and I'm going to shout it from the rooftops. No, that's not what people want to do. Jesus was saying it straight up. He's like, this is how it is. Crazy. Moving on to Matthew chapter 23. In Matthew chapter 23, verse 37, it says, O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the one who kills the prophets and stones those who are sent to her. How often I wanted to gather your children together as a hen gathers her chicks under her wings, but you were not willing. So here, we're going to dissect this chapter, verse 37, 38, and 39 into 3 sections, you're going to have the purpose of all history, which is what we just read. And then at the end of verse 37, where it says, but you were not willing, that's the tragedy of all history. They were not willing. That's the tragedy of all history. Verse 39 is the triumph of all history. So in verse 37, you have the purpose of all history. The purpose is he wanted to use Israel to accomplish his mission. That was the purpose. He wanted to use them. The tragedy is that they were not willing. Wow. That's the tragedy. They were not willing. I want you to understand in verse 37, he says in verse 37, in the middle of verse 37, he says, how often I wanted to gather to gather your children together. That's what he says. I wanted to do it often. He's like, I wanted it so bad. He's like, I wanted this. Do you understand that he doesn't get everything he wants? Isn't that crazy? He is not willing that any should perish. Does that mean that it's going to happen? No. For God so loved the world. Does that mean the world accepts him? No. Is he willing that any should perish? No. Is he going to get what he wants? No. Crazy. Verse 37, it says, how often I wanted to gather your children together as hens gather her chicks under her wings. That's the purpose of it all. The tragedy is the very next thing that happens after the comma, but it says, but you were not willing. But you were not willing. Whose fault is it? Was it Jesus' fault? No. It was Israel's. They were not willing. They rejected him. But you were not willing. That's the tragedy. Verse 38 says, see, your house is left to you desolate. What he's doing here is he's summarizing their history of rebellion. This is a history lesson right here. He's like, I'm telling you, this is the whole history lesson, guys. He's like, I'm summarizing it here for you. I wanted to gather you together, but you were not willing. Crazy. It says, see, your house is left to you desolate. The desolate is what takes place in 70 AD, which is 38 years later after this point. Because 38 years later, their house, Jerusalem, is left desolate, destroyed, completely destroyed, which took place in 70 AD. Crazy. But then we get to verse 39, and this is where we get the good part. He's like, yeah, we've had the purpose, we've had the tragedy, but don't worry, it ends with good news. The good news is this triumph. Verse 39, he says, for I say to you, you shall see me no more. Till, that's a word you should underline, till you say, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Now what he is quoting there is Psalm 118, verse 26. If you want to go look at it, would you look at it? Psalm 118, go to Psalm 118, verse 26. Psalm 118, verse 26, it says, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. We have blessed you from the house of the Lord. So this is what the Jewish people are going to cry out. They're going to cry out, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. He says, you will see me no more, though. He says in Matthew 23, verse 39, he says, for I say to you, you shall see me no more till. That word you really need to hang on to. Till. Go to Hosea chapter 5. Hosea chapter 5, verse 15. In Hosea chapter 5, verse 15, it says this, I will return again to my place till they acknowledge their offense. This verse is massive. It's a verse you need to know. What is he saying here in Hosea 5:15? He says, I will return again. What do you mean again? If he returns again, that means he's already been there. Wait a second. If you're a Jewish person and you only read the Old Testament, pretend you don't even know what the New Testament is. You don't even know what it is. You only have the Old Testament. If you are a first century Jew and you read Hosea 5:15 and it says, I will return again. Wait a second. If he returns again, then that means he had to have been here. Well, that's weird. They missed the time of their visitation. He showed up. They cried out, Hosanna, blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. They thought he was going to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. They were wrong. They thought he was going to usher in the kingdom. They were wrong. He wasn't here to fulfill the Feast of Tabernacles. He was here to fulfill the Feast of Passover. Why? Because they missed the time of their visitation. Why? Because they were not willing. What are they going to say? What do they need to say in order for him to return again the second time? Hosea 5:15, it says, I will return again to my place till they acknowledge their offense. What was their offense? Their offense was the rejection of Jesus in Luke 19, which happened all the way back in Matthew chapter 12, obviously, because that is when they started referring to him as being satanic. Hosea 5:15, it says, I will return again. If he returns again, he must have left it. I will return again to my place till they acknowledge their offense. Then they will seek my face in their affliction. What is their affliction? Their affliction? Who is there in their affliction? Who is there in their affliction? Who's that referring to? Is that talking about the Gentiles? No. This is talking about the Jewish people. In the Jews, in their affliction, they will earnestly seek me. What is the affliction? The time of Jacob's trouble. Yes, absolutely. Jeremiah 30, verse 7. The time of Jacob's trouble, which is talking about, the time, half time, 1,260 days, 42 months, whatever. Daniel's 70th week. I will return again to my place till they acknowledge their offense. Then they will seek my face in their affliction, their great tribulation. They will seek me. That's crazy. That's what's going on there in Matthew chapter 23, verse 39. So that's what I got for you guys. That's what I got. Matthew chapter 21, we did a little bit of a review. We dove a little bit more into it. Try to get a little bit better understanding. Hopefully that helped. But that's Matthew 21, or expounded on Matthew 21, what we did yesterday. So we built on top of that. And then now, tonight, we covered Matthew chapter 23, because we already did Matthew 22. So sorry about having to go back and do that again. We'll probably do the same thing again with Matthew 24. We'll do Matthew 24 tomorrow. Oh, no, I just got here. Good morning. But we'll do Matthew 24 tomorrow. I'm going to be having my buddy Paul come up, and him and I will tag team Matthew chapter 24. I'll probably let him do most of the talking and just let him talk, whatever. And then the next time we go live, it'll just be me again, and we'll just do it normal, how we've been doing it. But I figured Matthew 24 would be fun to kind of get a different person's words and to get a different person's perspective and to see how somebody else thinks who is very knowledgeable. Paul, he's very knowledgeable. He's very smart, very educated, much more educated than I am. And I think it'll be kind of fun. I think it'll be a cool thing to try to at least try out. So if you guys don't know Paul, you guys should go check him out. If you're here tomorrow, you'll see him. You could follow him then if you wanted to. Matthew 24 is going to be a difficult one because there's so much there. It's very controversial, as what we talked about before. And so as per always, you guys need to test all things and, hold fast in that which is good. And, be a student. We got to study to show ourselves approved, because that applies to me and that applies to you. You're not going to be standing next to anybody else. When we stand before the judgment seat of Christ, we're going to have gold, silver, precious stones, or wood, hay, and stubble. It's all going to be there right in front of us, and then it's going to be lit on fire. And then we're just going to be like, oh, what have I done with my life? And so that is why I always ask you guys, if you are born again, awesome. The question is, what are you doing with it? What are you doing with it? Yes, that is my YouTube right there, ITZ_sheesh. If you wanted to go check it out, there's a YouTube link up here. If you wanted to go subscribe, I would appreciate it. That always encourages me. Not a big deal, but it is an option for you. And But yes, yeah. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it, Sandy. Yeah, thank you, Debbie. What time? It'll probably be. I'll probably start around. I'll probably try to start around 11:30 tomorrow, actually, because he is Central Time, so he's an hour behind me. So he'll probably come up around 11:30 his time. So I'll probably go live around 11:30 Eastern Time, PM. So try to start a little bit earlier. That way we can try to knock out the recap. And then I don't want to keep him up too late because he's a normal person. So, yeah, try to do that. JC Lockridge, 7-Way King. Hello, Andrew. Right, JC Lockridge, 7-Way King. No, I haven't. I think I have one of his videos. He's the guy. Yeah, one of my pinned videos is his speech, I actually think, Andrew, which is really cool. So yeah, Joanna, hopefully that makes sense time wise. It'll probably be around 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless I can go live earlier, which would be cool. Hey, thank you, Kelly. I appreciate it. Yeah, Jackie, absolutely. Hey, Melissa, thank you for the donuts. Yeah, Lisa, absolutely. Beautiful contract. Oh, thank you. Yeah, excited for 24. It's gonna be a good one. It's gonna be a good one. Hey, thank you, Blessed. Very fun stuff. Very fun stuff. Hello, Carmen. Oh, thank you, Gio. Rising Lion, thank you. So, I'll send you mine. Okay. So 10:30 Central Time. Yes, 11:30 Eastern Time. Yes, Blondie. Yeah, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have even said anything about Central Time. I will try to go live around 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'll put out a little TikTok story whenever I get a better feel for it, like I normally do, even though only like 40 people ever see it. Have a good night, Kelly. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Carmen, hello from Houston. Yep, around 11:30 Eastern Time. Yes, thank you, Mark. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, I got you. I'll send you. Okay, cool. Yeah, absolutely, Tar. Letting us join your study. Thanks for being here, guys. I'm really encouraged that you guys keep coming back. I think it's the coolest thing ever. But as you know, the most important thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. Thank you, Andrew. And that is, there's only one way, and that's the whole purpose of Jesus. That's the whole purpose of Jesus. He literally dove into his creation. He was born. Thank you, Melissa. And he led a sinless life, and then we killed him. And then he was buried, and then he rose again on the third day. And the Bible says, "For whosoever calls upon the name of the Lord shall be saved." What an amazing thing! What an amazing accomplishment! His death was not a tragedy. His death was an achievement. It is quite literally an achievement. Like, how amazing! Like, praise God for it. Like, I mean, it's heartbreaking to talk about, but it is wonderful. It is wonderful. They're hiding you. They're hiding me. Ha! They're not sending notifications. Oh, that's okay. I'm not. I prefer not. I actually like just like a couple people. Honestly, I don't like. I feel like I don't know. I've too many people. I'm a small time kind of guy. This was so much fun. Hopefully to see you tomorrow. Very cool. Oh, hello.
Hey, how we doing?
I didn't know if it was on purpose or not. What's up, man?
Oh, yeah, yeah. No, I actually got it right here. I'd love to read it for you if you don't mind. If you got just a minute, or unless you jumping out of here, then that's fine too.
Yeah, I was gonna get out of here in a couple minutes. How long is it gonna take?
Um, it's not very long.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'll do my best for you. I'll try to rush through it here. So this
Yeah.
is J.C. Lockridge, 7-Way King. It says the Bible says my king is a 7-Way King. He's the king of the Jew. That's a racial king. He's the king of Israel. That's a national king. He's the king of righteousness. He's the king of ages. He's the king of heaven. He's the king of glory. He's the king of kings and the Lord of lords. That's my king. Well, I wonder if you know him. David said, the heavens declared the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. My king is sovereign king. No means of measure can define his limitless love. No far-seeing telescope can bring into visibility the coastlines of his shoreless supplies. No barrier can hinder him from pouring out his blessings. He's enduringly strong. He's entirely sincere. He's eternally steadfast. He's immortally graceful. He's impurely powerful. He's impartially merciful. Do you know him? He's the greatest phenomenon that has ever crossed the horizon of this world. He's God's son. He's the sinner's savior. He's the centerpiece of civilization. He stands in the solitude of himself. He's august. He's unique. He's unparalleled. He's unprecedented. He's the loftiest idea in literature. He's the highest personality in philosophy. He's the supreme problem in high criticism. He's the fundamental doctrine of true theology. He is the core and the necessity of spiritual religion. He's the miracle of the age, and he's superlative of everything good that you choose to call him. He's the only one qualified to be an all-sufficient Savior. I wonder if you know him. He supplies strength for the weak. He's available for the tempted and the tried. He sympathizes and he saves. He strengthens and he sustains. He guards and he guides. He heals the sick. He cleans the lepers. He forgives the sinner. He discharges the debtors. He delivers the captives. He defends the feeble. He blesses the young. He serves the unfortunate. He regards the aged. He rewards the diligent. And he beautifies the meek. Well, I wonder if you know him. So, and it goes on and on and on. But one thing's for sure, he's not going to resign, and you can't impeach him.
Andrew, I have 2 pinned videos in my TikTok, and that is one of them, actually.
Yeah, mine too. First pinned video.
yeah, dude, that's solid. It just gets you hyped.
It does.
I've listened to that video like probably I don't even know. I remember I used to go to this it's called Word of Life Bible Institute. It's in New York City. I went to it when I was like 17 years old, so about 17 years ago, which is crazy. So I was a child, but I went there and I remember them playing that there. That was the first time I've ever heard of it, and it just pumped me up. Like I was just like, let's learn about the Bible.
Yeah,
it just gets you going, man.
a friend of mine, I was streaming videos, and she sent me a link, and I played it on my live, and it was Alpha and Omega has productions that they do on YouTube, and it's him. It's actually J.C. Lockridge doing it. And it has some scenes from different Christian-based movies, from Passions of the Christ and other movies, but they put it together really well. And once I heard it the first time, I try to read it at least once a day just to keep me grounded on who we serve. It's just an amazing thing. It's beautiful. So I appreciate you, Ryan. You're awesome, man, and I appreciate the work you do for the kingdom. We need 1 million more people like you. They say that it takes 5% salt to really change a community. And, and a lot of people take that context that's in the Bible and they use it the wrong way, that it's a preservative or whatever. But salt does its own thing just by being salt. And that's, as us as Christians, we're not here to Bible thump somebody into submission. It's our way of life that provides the acknowledgement of who God really is. It's just how you carry yourself. Just you being a Christian, if you're got a solid foundation about you, people's going to look at you and be, and think to themselves, I want what he has. And then that's the conversation. That's the conversation piece. You're like, well, you can have it tenfold if all you got to do is repent, submit, and I think that's the thing that a lot of people have trouble with is they want instant gratification for everything. They only want their truth, not the truth, which he is the truth. So that icebreaker, I think it comes easy when you're really being salt in the light of the earth, and you just carry yourself in that manner, 24/7. So that's how I see it anyway.
I agree completely. I couldn't agree more. You should be preaching the gospel at all times, and then when it's necessary, you should use some words.
Yes. I'll let you go so you can get out of here, buddy. I know it's late.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you coming up. Thank you for sharing that.
You bet. God bless.
See ya. Very cool. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen that, you can go check that out on his profile or on mine. It's I only have 2 pinned videos, and they're of a little boy, and then the other one is of that video that he was talking about, what he just read right there. And it's really cool. So you can check it out on his or mine, or even look it up on YouTube, whatever you want to do. But it's really encouraging. It's really, really cool. It's a good reminder. And I'll tell you, if you listen to it, you're going to want to listen to it again. And then you're going to want to listen to it again because of just how good it is and how good of a reminder it is and how important it is for us to be reminded. So that is what I got for you guys. Thank you so much for being here. We'll be doing this again tomorrow night around 11:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be diving into a very tough chapter, Matthew chapter 24. Like I said before, thank you, Sharia. We will do Matthew 24. I'll probably let Paul do most of the talking. I might ask him some guiding questions, and I'll probably just kind of be like a fly on the wall for the most case. Unless I have a question myself, and I'll just pick his brain or whatever. But I figured we could do it that way, especially since it's going to be a tough chapter. And then after he does his thing, then depending on how long that takes, maybe we'll just wait a couple days, and then next time we go live, then I'll do Matthew 24 just myself. And then you can at least get a different perspective, but it'll be good. So if you guys are here for that, that'll be cool. And if not, all of these will be uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check that out, all the studies have been uploaded except for last night's and tonight's. And yeah, we are just trucking right along. We are moving one step closer to the crucifixion, which is crazy. Every time, man, I remember covering the Gospel of John, and I was a hot mess covering that one. So, we'll see how that goes. But yeah, that is what I got for you guys. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to be getting out of here, and got some stuff to do, so that's always fun. And it is almost 5 o'clock, 4:30. You guys have, what's Paul's last name? His name is Bach, B-O-C-K, Paul Bach. But on TikTok, it's TikTok Theologic. TikTok Theologic. Just how it sounds, pretty much. You'll be able to find him. If you're here tomorrow, you'll be able to see him. But yeah, absolutely. The Nibbler, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Melanie, absolutely. Thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Absolutely, Sandy. Thank you guys so much for being here. Katie, a million more like it. Oh, yeah. Hey, Millie. Hey, thank you for being here. And thank you guys for all the people who are quietly sitting in the background, who are just here and listening. I appreciate you guys being here. And I know, I don't talk a lot of times when I join people's lives because I just like to listen. Not a person to go up there because so you guys are hanging out in the background. Thank you for being here. For those guys who never say anything, can you put a little hand emoji inside the chat just so I can say hello to you, just because I want to see who's in here, and if you're new and if you just keep coming back. I just like you guys too. I don't want you to feel left out. But I think it's cool that you guys keep coming back even though you guys don't talk. So but all right. Well, Hunter, Laura, Charles, good to see you. Ray, yes. Hello, Gary. Gary Green, Millie, Hunter, Patty, Laura, Three-Wave, what's up? Costanzo, Holly, Denkus Bagel, Sharia, I'm listening. Hello, Shalom. Very cool, guys. I am thankful for you guys being here. Jamie, hello. Sheila Firth. Thanks. Rhonda K. I love everyone. Good night. Jamie, Gary Green. Very cool. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for being here. All right, guys. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow night. And if not, then tell somebody about Jesus until the next time, because that's what we're supposed to be doing. Be safe, guys. I'll see you.